Blech. I scare you? Blech. Blech. What needs to be fixed? Something needs to be fixed. Hooray! Since Twitch was broken yesterday, it didn't save some of the stuff that I changed on my actual guy. The thing. The thing. Let me fix it. When Thursday 6, right? That's fine, and then it should be my bio. Needs to be changed. Little bit of Wii came out. At least it was only a little bit. That's normal anyways, I feel like. Right? Everyone? Everyone else? Right, right? Right? Right, everybody? Yes? A little bit of Wii is normal? I think for people with vaginas, it's more likely, honestly. Because the urethra is shorter. The more you know. Alright, let me... Wee. Do I have any sodas in the fridge? So I have... Sleepy. I have Sleepy. I have Sleepy. I'm taking a picture for Blue Sky or whatever. There's like, this filter I use on Instagram that's got noise on it. Which is like, as in like, the like scrungly effect that you can put on art and pictures and stuff. And it's randomized, like, it also is animated too. And so sometimes like there's a line that goes through it that kind of ruins the picture, and then sometimes there's like a larger splotch of noise that also ruins it. Shaking my head. I'm just adding alt text to these photos. Gilgamesh. Fluffy, white, with tabby spots. I don't know if that is that how I would describe him. That's how I've been describing him, but is that correct? I don't know. They are embracing one another on the floor. They are idiots. Always gotta add the idiots part, just so people know. So they know what's up. Twitch.tv slash Boba. Hey, wait. Wait. Don't forget, you're saying hello to Azulmaro. Oh, I've scheduled a massage. For a couple weeks from now, because that's when they had an opening. And I'm very excited for someone to beat me up in my muscle zones. It's a 90-minute, and I just chose the soonest date with whoever at the place, because everyone seems pretty nice. I'm hoping it's not like, because they have options for holistic and like non-invasive, I guess. But I want extremely invasive massage. I was going to make a joke and say as if I were a hand puppet, but that isn't the kind of massage I want at this time. I want a massage that fixes me and doesn't make me worse. And that might make me worse. I consider acupuncture, but I'm not sure. Does anyone know, by the way? Hello. Invasive. Deep muscular. Yeah. An internal spine readjustment. The Bane backbreaker move. I just like when it hurts the massage, because that means that it's working, right? Isaac, thank you for the 70 months. Did that happen on my screen? I don't know if it did. Hello, everyone. I forgot I was supposed to maybe have a meeting with a tax expert for my American taxes today. And I told them I was available anytime today. And then I was like, how about Monday instead? What was I doing? Oh, my dashboard. Where is, here it is. Masochist? I don't know about that. Is this, oh, there it is. Why is it so, did it break? You heard the sound, right? I don't think I did. Fuck off. I touched something at some point, I guess. I didn't. Properties. Audio properties. Monitor and output. Let's open it and close it and redo it. I literally did not mess with anything except I made it so that I was going to have system sounds coming through my broadcast stream. Oh, I think that's what did it. That's so funny. I think I fixed it now. Let's test. Where's my bitrate all? Okay, I can hear it now. It was me. It was me. My fault. It was my fault. Silly. You have to do last year's taxes. Yes. So, I still have taxes from like, what, January to March or April of last year in America. And so I still have to do those with an American tax person. And then I don't think I have to pay taxes on my UK taxes, but I'm gonna check with them. Was it when you fixed the echo? Yes. Which then I guess maybe the echo was fake. If you don't hear an echo now. Finally had the landlord look at my dishwasher. He basically went, "Congratulations, you're getting a new dishwashing machine." Excellent. Love that for you. What's the thing on my nose? It's not a decongestant plaster. That would be nice though. Because I am congested sometimes. It's just like a chain. Like a jewelry thing. So I've got my nose pierced on both sides, and then it's a chain that connects them. Just to be a little bit extra fashionable. As you know. Fashion. Shug, thank you for significant altar. Stu, thank you for the tier 2 and the 31 months. And Uncle Ninja, thank you for the tier 3 and the 34 months. Americans fighting a war over unfair taxation and then being the only country that taxes its residents who live abroad. America's fucked up. I have been seeing everything about what's... Well, obviously, I've been seeing everything about what's going on over there, and I just... It makes me so sad. And I just hope that people wake the fuck up and get over stuff. As in, like... I don't know if it's a weird, rational, autistic brain thing. Which I know, being a good person is not exactly an autistic trait. But, like... I just do not understand, in a logical way, the things that Republicans and conservatives get upset about. Because I just don't understand why anyone gives a fuck about something that doesn't affect them if it A, doesn't hurt them, and B, doesn't hurt anybody else. And it's just about racism and control. And I would think that Donald Trump is a fucking moron, and so I wouldn't think he was smart enough to do a fascism, totalitarian, dictatorate, whatever fucking government. But also he's got people that pay him and have ulterior motives and all of that, and so they're all probably just like, ooh, we're scheming. And it's just so fucking stupid. First of all, why do I super care if someone is in the country illegally? Who fucking cares? Why does it matter to have to, like, why do you have to get a certificate kind of thing to live somewhere? No one owns anything. How do I even own anything? When I die, I'm not going to own it anymore. And nobody owns land. And I've seen people saying no one is illegal on stolen land. Yeah, like, the people who are Americans, their ancestors came over from Europe, pushed other people out, and settled. And then these people whose ancestors are not native to America and stole the land don't want people who weren't born here, who weren't blessed geographically, to live in the same place, which is so fucking stupid. People have been making TikToks being like, you know what, I'll take one for the team, I'll do it. Talking about taking out Trump, and then they're getting questioned by the FBI. It's just like... I don't even know. Most folks in my area think Trump is a genius. It's insane. My grandparents finally woke up in the last election, but most people where I live are still all in on him. It's just like this cult mentality shit, and it's by the same demographic of people who don't seem to be able to think for themselves when it comes to, like, religion. Like, they just... It's being too comfortable to question anything and too lazy to try to learn any different. And also, I've said it before, but like a lot of times people that are in the country illegally are also so hardworking and doing jobs that the average American thinks that they're too good for. And like also the amount of the economy that is based on illegal workers. I don't know how people don't think about that shit too. Information environment is completely broken. Tens and tens of millions of people get their news from Joe Rogan or Fox or X or the Everything app. They do not have remotely accurate assessment of reality. See, and then I feel like I'll see something, some news or something, and I'll be like, oh wow, I can't believe that. And then I'll go, wait, is that actually a thing? But then it's almost negative because now I feel like anything that's happening, I cannot trust it at all, and I don't know where to look to trust things. And so then I just... it's this like vacuum of not knowing how to participate because not knowing what is accurate information from either side either. Easier for them to join the cult, yeah. Most of them are paying taxes and just waiting for the paperwork. That, and also, what does it fucking matter? Why is there paperwork to live somewhere? Like, I guess in the event that you are horrible and commit a crime or something, then they have your information. But that's not the only process of living in America. It's not just, hey, can we just have your emergency contact information? It's a bunch of jumping through hoops and bureaucracy and paying shit and all of this. And I just don't see the sense in it. Ultimately, there have been literally no consequences to lying. It has been utterly disastrous, just lies, but constant, massive, harmful lies. It's just like, you know, and people that get their news from Facebook and everything, and even YouTube videos, like, you know, my family will send me YouTube videos and they'll be like, can you believe this? And I'll be like, no, I can't actually. It takes 2 minutes to do taxes in Sweden. Yeah, well, in America, you've got to do your own taxes, try to figure out what your taxes are, send it to them, and then if you're wrong, you get in trouble. And it's like, if you know the fucking number, why are you asking me? Is this some sort of, like, supposed to be some sort of gotcha moment? Or like, you missed 40 cents. Points out which stories are being reported by who. View of out of ground news. A lot of these people grew up well before the internet and most of their life didn't have the ability to check if something is accurate. It's like there's like this weird generational thing where I think older than millennials, so boomers and whatever, and then younger than like maybe Gen Z, whatever the one after millennials is. I think millennials and then that one younger generation, no critical thinking and fact checking. And then I think the demographic and generations lower than that, their information has been so spoon fed to them that then it's like bell curved, like you're saying, to where then younger people don't know about fact checking or critical thinking. And it's like when I'm looking at TikTok and it's like a video or a song or like a movie or something, and then there's just a bunch of kids going, what movie? What movie? What song? And it's like, yeah, I would like to have the information readily available and they should put it in the caption. Also, like, why would you wait for someone to reply to your comment with the information instead of like, they don't know how to Google. I was watching a nature documentary with my dad and he saw a literal dinosaur and was like, is that real? Oh my god. US tax agency, the IRS, recently deployed a free solution that let people directly file for free, and it included automatic checking about a lot of your data. States were able to hook into it and make it free, largely seamless process. Republicans killed the program as a part of their recent efforts and as a part of lobbying by companies like Intuit, TurboTax, who stood to lose money because a legally required thing offered a free way to do it directly. Yeah. Ridiculous. Since my taxes are a little bit more complicated from previously being self-employed, I was using H&R Block or TurboTax and just being like, yes, I just have to fucking pay for it because otherwise, how the fuck am I supposed to know how to do that? And here in the UK, it's really nice because if you're employed by someone, they just do it and it just happens most of the time. And see, it's the same thing with everything, and like not to even get started on that so that the chat is like, you know, heated or divided or anything. But it's like with everything going on overseas with Palestine and Gaza and Israel and all of that, it's like I want information on everything so that I can back up my own thoughts and feelings on it. But then I'm like, I don't know what stuff to really look at, besides Elliot has given me some things that I need to look at. And I don't know what to look at to like have the most like basic information, right? And that sucks because I'm like, I want an informed opinion on things so that I can talk about things. But I'm like looking online, trying to find it, and I'm like, I literally do not trust anything. My immigration status is bad bitch. I feel like there's a push to have strong opinions on things even when uninformed, and yes, I should be informed on certain things, but I have to live too. It's difficult because when everything first started really kicking off with the protests in Gaza, I was like reposting information on Twitter, which was like, I felt like the least that I could do. And then I was getting privately harassed about it to the point where I was like, I'm so socially fatigued and like fatigued from arguing with people online that I was like, it feels so bad to not be involved, but it was like not having the spoons for that sort of thing, you know? Which was really annoying. I had people that were like, I'm gonna write to the Yogscast and say that you are, what were they saying? That I hate like Jewish people or something. And so I was like, listen, I just am trying to do the right thing because I think that people should not be murdered. And I can't even fucking like retweet stuff without people like trying to attack me as a person. And I'm like, I just want people to be happy. I don't want murder. I don't want genocide. Guess that makes me a bad guy. I don't know. Can't pour from an empty cup. You've got to look after yourself. Yeah. And I'm like, I talk about a lot of things that I feel like are important to me, but I also was fatigued on that for a while because it was like, man, like, just the pushback from doing something that I feel like is like a basic human thing. I'm just like, man, like, I don't know where the disconnect is between just being a good person, you know? Hello, Jetson. And so that's why, like, normally I'm very, you know, I can be quite political about things. But it's like I've had such a burnout from it, which feels terrible. So I'm like, it feels bad to not be involved in things. Did you say Leave It brought a random tweet to use as evidence the BBC Converge Gaza was wrong? Goodness. It's just like, I watched, I was looking for information on everything. And one thing I saw was people talking about, the Anthony Bourdain episode where he goes to Israel. And that was from like, when was that? Anthony Bourdain, Israel. I'm scared to even say the like SEO words almost. So Anthony Bourdain went to Israel, the West Bank, and Gaza in 2000. It might have been before 2013, but the air date of the episode was 15th September 2013. And like, I think he is an excellent journalist, and I think probably on the surface level people don't realize that he was a journalist, but he was a Jewish man who was not a practicing Jewish person. But that episode was from 2013, and I was like, all right, let me watch this and just see what, everything is going on during the episode and see what happened and all of that. And it was 2013, which is 12 years ago. And there was like the big fence there, the big wall and all of that. And like the Palestinian people at that time being like, things are pretty bad, but we're very hopeful for the future. And it's like people being like, I had to leave my home and then now I live here instead. It's like older men that are like, and I wish that for when I die I can at least go back home again or something. And I was like thinking about all of them saying that 12 years ago, and it's like it only got worse. And the fact that they were like hopeful that it could change. And like there was one guy that was in the episode that I can't remember if I talked about this on stream. I might be repeating myself. There's a guy in the episode that was like, he lived on the border, and I think it was his daughter that was killed by like a stray bullet or something like that, I think from the terrorist group. And he was like, you know what, like, despite that, one sec. It's cat food delivery. Hopefully they figure it out. It's a taxman. But he was like, he lived on the border, and his daughter was killed by accident by a terrorist group. And he was like, still in spite of that, or despite that, he was like, oh my god. There's 2 doors that they have to get through. And sometimes they get confused, and sometimes it's the postman and he like rings every bell for every flat also. But yeah. Anyways, the guy was like, he lives on the border, his daughter died in an accident from a terrorist group, and he was still like Anthony Bourdain was like, yeah, I ate food with these people, these Palestinian people. And the guy was like, and they were some of the nicest people you'd ever met, right? This man in this Israeli man. And Anthony Bourdain was like, yeah. And the man was like, yeah, that's kind of how a lot of them, if not most of them that I've met, are just really nice people. And even he was like, I don't think this stuff is right, It just makes me sad. And it like, even just talking about it, I feel panicked because of like how it's such a weirdly divisive thing, to where like me just retweeting stuff, I had someone that was like, I'm going to write to your employers and this stuff. And I was like, man, like, I'm just I'm just out here trying my best to be a nice guy. So, if you've not heard me say anything, that is why. So, and also just like I said, the fatigue of like having there's like this I think definitely with like neurodivergent people and especially with autism of having such a like staunch desire for justice and fairness and equality and all of that it's like so difficult to turn that off. And so it's like at all times, I think especially for autistic people, it's difficult to like turn off, which sounds weird to say, it's difficult to turn off caring about stuff, and to like turn off thinking about politics and all of that. Yeah, I know, Oldman. It just was like, I think I got to the point with that where I was like, man, like, because the message from that person was extremely like, it felt quite hostile and was like basically saying that I condone murder of other people, and I was like, I am a little guy. That's it. Verkiel, thank you for the, is that 5 gifted subs? Thank you so much. I hope you're having a good Friday. I'm thinking soon, before I forget to say it, maybe not next week, but the week after, or the week after that, I might, I want to make like a base model in Blender to then do like, little 3D models for people, little guys for people, for like gifted subs or something like that, so we'll figure it out. The desire for justice low-key gets me wanting to fly out to one of them countries and do more than what I already do. See, that's how I was feeling, because I was like, I'm seeing all this, the protesting stuff going on in LA, and I'm like, I feel bad to not be participating in it. But also, the difference in safety of like being here where there's not guns to then participating in a very charged protest in America, I can only like commend the people that are participating, because that shit's so fucking scary. I hope everybody stays safe. And I kind of also hope and wish that the people who are taking these directions from the government to do these things, such as the National Guard, the police, and ICE, and all of that, kind of just like wake up and go, wait a second, why am I doing this? Because we all know the I was just following orders archetype, which is Nazis. So chibi Funko Pops, I would never make a Funko Pop. I think I especially with everything politically just feel sad, and that sucks. And so like I think I've gotten to the point where I do a little activism here and there that I can mentally afford, and then some of the other things that I'm doing are using my remaining spoons to like, what's it called, like maintain my peace or something, you know what I mean? The News by Paramore. What is that? Feel burnt out with humanity. Yeah. But it's like I've got like my own bubble where I'm like, my mental health for all of this stuff has been so spent. And it feels bad because I feel like I don't have as big of a platform as other people. And I do think a lot of people in this community are very like-minded to the things that I think of, or think like my opinions and things like that. But that doesn't mean it's not still important to talk about. It's definitely been contributing to my social anxiety and burnout recently. Yeah, because it's also like, if people bring up recent events and you're like, oh no, like, who's gonna disagree in this situation? Even just sharing a TikTok to spread awareness is helping, even if you think it's just a tiny little act. Yeah. I need to, I think I need to look at some charities and donate to. So I've got at least, you know, savings and things like that where I can help at least a little bit monetarily. The objective on the other side is to disenfranchise these voices, make them feel alienated, and it's pointless to speak out and protest. We might fight against that, yeah. I stopped checking the news daily. If someone brings something up in conversation, I might check it out, though, or if I see something on Blue Sky. Yeah, and I think, like, sadly, also, like Dreddy is saying, it's like the... That's, like, the goal, too, right? Is to, like, get people who care about this stuff to be fatigued. And, like, that feels sad to say, but for me, it's working. So I'm like, man, I'm so tired of, like, knowing about suffering. I'm tired of being aware of suffering, which I think is, like, must be the ignorance is bliss of the conservative side, where they're like, the only person who's suffering is me because gay people are allowed to get married. I'm tired, Grandpa. Exactly. But I do what I can. I try to do little things. Even if that's like, you know those videos where it's like, stop and watch this video for the 30 seconds, 1 minute or whatever, and it will help my family get food. So like, whenever that shit's on, I'm like, I'm watching. Tone McStone, thank you for the 39 months. Mints? Empathy fatigue, yeah. The iconic Thatcher saying, there is no society, there are only individuals. The right wants to make us believe that our efforts to come together in solidarity don't matter, but they do. It's like all the stuff that I'm seeing come out of LA and other places in America. It makes me feel really proud, and then it makes me feel sad to not be involved. Monster cheese? Popped in the middle of this convo and just went, yeah, and that's how it feels, right? And it's felt like that for, like, a lot of things, like, you know, gay rights and trans rights, and the battles are just, hopefully one day they'll be done, right? Hopefully it will not be at a point where we just hate each other and stuff. I'll wear your O's Dragon shirt to the protests today, that way you can be involved. That has almost made me cry, because be safe, first of all. I've retweeted, and I think I've reposted on TikTok too, some, like, protesting stuff of how to be safe, and, like, I think in the past it's been advised to, like, wash your eyes out with milk, or, like, any, like, sprays or mace or anything like that, but I think for the most part, they're no longer recommending, and just use water. Don't wear contacts or makeup. Wear a face covering. Don't take pictures of other people who aren't wearing face coverings. Have your plane in airplane mode, or leave it at home if you can, but in a way that's safe. Write your emergency contact on your arm. Under clothing. Don't have any visible tattoos and identifiers and all of that. I just can't work out why it still all goes on. How can the world allow these things? I know. It's money, right? At the end of the day, I think when you, like, trace it all back, it is a lot of systemic racism, right? And, like, also all of that. But I think, weirdly, not surprisingly, at the end of the day, it's all very much money and greed. And people that benefit from either infighting. Like, look, you know, like, if we're fighting each other right now, no one's really looking at Donald Trump and being like, hey, like, why are you doing all this stuff to be a dictator? Because everyone's too busy sort of, like, trying to fight for what's right and all of that. I'm gonna take so many selfies for the internet clout. There's so much shit that's been happening over there where I'm like, just the videos I see. And I feel like that's like the least I can do, right? Is like witness it. Work so that generations to come of ultra rich will never have to. It's just stupid. I'm so tired of rich people. Sazarin, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Thank you so much. And I feel like I am not rich and I have money saved. And it's still like, when I'm doing my taxes for America, one of the things is like, how much do you pay in charity per month? I think monthly for charity, I'm donating like $100 to different charities, like every month or something. And that's just something that I figured into my expenses, which means also like $100 less to go into savings. But it's like, how do you even, right? Wealth has so many layers. Billionaires aren't shit to real old money. Yeah. Just all of that, like, it's just, oh my god, I think about this stuff all the time where I'm like, I don't understand it. Do you need to break down charity by month? I think with my previous self-employment links, they ask you for what you give to charity, and so I track it by month, which I know because a lot of them are through Patreon or a recurrent monthly charity subscription things. So I'm tired of people seeing what's happening and making up their own reasons and stories as to what's happening and then just accepting it as fact. Yeah. But just, I don't think anybody wants to think. Which I understand, because yeah, if I could be unburdened by thought, boy oh boy, sign me up sometimes. But the standard deduction is maybe more unless you donate. I see. I just include it because when it says include the charity, I say, I have that. I follow the direction. And then they just configure it or whatever. Hello, Amber. I'm like, one of the big things for me too is, like people that own these huge houses. And it's like, why do you need like 20 rooms? Well, you don't even look at them. You don't even go in them. Like, even a guest bedroom, I think, is like, I'm like, yeah, maybe it's nice to have a guest bedroom, but also, like, then I just have an extra room to clean. You know? Stop paying taxes. Yeah, that is something I think. Everyone can do that. And then the government will panic. Axonomy, thank you so much for the 3 months. Jetin, thank you for gifting a sub. For their flower cutting. Ugh. I make soap in my basement, and my husband is a marketer. I don't know. Uncle Ninja. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. It feels bad also for working via a website that I guess Jeff Bezos makes money from even in the slightest. Mido. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Bundles on sale. Yippee! Is that one where it's like, as the last one they did like that, it was like the streamer also takes the hit, which kind of defeats the purpose, does it not? But I think this one was not, if you're, I don't think you could opt out of this one that's on right now, so maybe it's not the same. It's not racism. Sure, there's more than I'd like, but it is class. That's why the Dems in US bend over to the right. They work for the same class as the Republicans. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of that too. And why do you need all of that money? You can't even spend all of it. You can't even spend all of it. Just like, and with Elon Musk too. I think he just so desperately, that Onion article that's like, please like me, I think that's literally it. And it's like, then also, I think goes down to like this missing sense of community, right? Because there's that saying where it's like it takes a village to raise a child or something. And it used to be that there was community and that people knew their neighbors and were friends with their neighbors and all of that. But now you're taught to like fear your neighbor, and no one like, you have like your own bubbles of your like same people who are just like you and all of that. And then Elon Musk is like desperate for being loved by people, and then somehow he must be, it's like, you know, incel people where it's like they're so desperate for this sense of missing community that if the community that they have to join, just like the adolescence show, if the community that they're then accepted to is like a fucked up like group of horrible people, it's like they'll still subscribe to that thought just to not be alone, I guess. And also because I think when you're lonely, it's really easy to become radicalized or indoctrinated. Indoctrined? Sociopathic drug addict, that as well. A cap on how much money you're allowed to have. Once you pass it, the money goes back to the government. That, but there's like, the government misuses funds so much as well. And then, of course, I guess with America, the government can easily be dictated by shitty people. So, it's a tough one. Power Moose, thank you for the 10 months. Bishoujo, thank you for the 25 months. Yippee! They should have a cap, but that money goes to me instead. But Mito, you'd probably use it to be nice to people. That's how I felt about QAnon or Flat Earthers. People want community, even if it's psycho nutter community. Yeah. Maximum multiplier between lowest paid worker and CEO. Isn't it ridiculous? And the fact people are like, we don't want the minimum wage raised. Why not? Who cares? They're like, if you work at McDonald's, you shouldn't be making $14 an hour. Okay. So why do you feel that way? Do you want to explain why you feel that way? Oh. Light mode. Why do you feel that way? And there can be a bunch of reasons why someone might feel that way. And some of those reasons might be because they were taught to feel that way, or made to feel that way. Because why should someone they consider lesser than them be allowed to have more money than them, I guess? Or something. American democracy cannot be properly fixed without fixing the voting system. First past the post, especially in the world of social media, will always steer into a two-party polarized system where you vote against the worst outcome instead of for the best one. Yeah. Look, man, I just want to get an apartment. Who else is going to make your hamburger? Exactly. I dropped my left earbud. Can you scream into the microphone on the left side so I can find it?
Ahmed Mohsin. Ya Ahmed ya Mohsin. Ahmed Mohsin. Ya Ahmed ya Mohsin.
Why is it so good? There's no reason why it should be so good. Class war. I'm tired, Grandpa. And I want people to like each other. They're missing out on so much, and they don't even know it. They're missing out. They could be like, oh, yippee. I didn't know that, this food made by this other group of people is so really tasty. But now I know because I'm not being a fucking baby about it. The working class in the US has been convinced they're all disgraced billionaires on the grind and not actually members of an underprivileged proletariat. Yeah. It's so, like... There was, some posts from, I think, Green Day or something. And there's all of these times where it's like, feels like you're fighting the same war over and over again. And the war being like, against shitty, not nice people. And against, like, what am I trying to say? I guess against, like, this class stuff. And 27 minutes ago, new video. Rigging and weight painting tutorial Blender. It's like fighting for gay rights and trans rights ages ago in Stonewall. Fighting for, like, minimum wage, fighting for women's rights, and it just happens over and over again. And it's so dumb. It's like there's these, like, few topics that conservative people, like, have to run their campaign on because it's like, oh, those are the things that people they don't like those, so we can get them to be pissed off about it, and then they'll vote for us. That's what I feel like it is. It's like sports sports team. I'll always say that. Voting in America is sports team. That's what it is. Sports team. Okay, let's go in Blender. Let's do art. Let's create. So I have some YouTube documentaries that I'm considering putting on, and then how can I do this in a cohesive way? I don't want chat up there. How do I want to do this? If my Blender window is smaller, will that piss my brain off? Sit through your YouTube essays. Well, I'm wondering if I will go to YouTube prison for doing that. But also, whatever. So I've got Patriarchy According to the Barbie movie, In Search of a Flat Earth, Untangling God of War, The Invisible Horror of The Shining, History of the Entire World, I Guess, by Bill Wirtz. Disco's 9.5 hours, a thorough look at Fallout, revised/expanded/high definition by Noah Caldwell Gervais. Gervais? Bill Wirtz one fucks. And then No One Knows Who Created Skull Trumpet Until Now by Jeffiet. If you have any suggestions for these YouTube video essays, put them somewhere in Discord or something. Everyone's saying the Bill one is great. Maybe we can watch that one then. I wonder if I take it and I put it here, and then I do this. Video essay, video documentary, Summoning Salt. I need to look at those. What does Significant Otter do? You get a little secret Discord role and a little secret Discord room. The do Skull Trumpet. You know? If I go here. Okay, that's good. I close that. And then will this work? Thinking if this will work. And then in my other window, I've got need my tutorials and my mood board open for this. Oh my goodness. Stupid Pinterest, which has been taken over by AI art in a lot of ways. Pissing me off. I'll show you my boards. I want to save anything else? Yes. Also, I hate that they don't credit artists. That's not what I need, but I am interested. This is cute too. Anytime I look at something, I'm like, oh, what are the chances that this is AI? Then I get sad because that definitely has to be right. This is cute. Saving a bunch of clown stuff. This is cute. I'm afraid of it though. Let's see. I was gonna say, I did not add this big milker one. But this is like, here are some ideas. Hello, Cuppa. Bill Word says that he has a preternatural understanding of music and being cool, and he uses this to make video. Ooh, I like that. Do it, Pip. Maybe we make a thread in the Discord. For you, as long as they're YouTube, I think. So I've got a bunch of clown stuff. And bat stuff. I didn't even realize this is gotta be AI, doesn't it? Piss me off. Maybe? I don't know if it says which artist it is. Because these are down here. This might be. Is there something about this that doesn't make sense that we can point out? The hair? Oh, the hair's going through the wing here, and I don't think it's the wing being translucent. So probably. Big milk. Is this to everyone's satisfaction? This idea for today? Am I gonna go to YouTube prison?
Hi, you're on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get
As
from
long
here
as I
to
don't
there
get too
without buying
distracted,
a
which
boat.
might happen.
It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you.
How did this happen?
A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's
Let
why
me
it's
know
been
volume-wise and
everywhere.
stuff.
It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when.
You're making
That's how-
Blender? I want to make like a a clown bat VTubing thing. Get quiet. Ooh, okay. I'll turn my headphones for it down, and then I'll turn it up for you. So, this is what I have so far. I want to change the head shape. Vicky Sai of City Girl fame. City Girl? Makes a lot of 2D art. I think I know Vicky Sai. Instagram. Oh yes. City Girl? City Girl just makes me think of City Girls by it's like the hip hop duo. City Girls, an electronic band Vicky does with an unnamed DJ. I see, okay. Alright, I've got all my little resources open. I need to change this head because it's like too not to the way that I want it. Nights into Dreams is another thing that I want as a reference image. Then I think I had an actual image that I made too. That was when I was thinking about robots. That's a normal sentence. Nights into Dreams, and then there is... Hold on, let me just get all my resources ready. Harry's Big Yogs Carts record. Uh-oh. Did Harry destroy everyone? What is the person that I was looking at? Legend 64. That's what I want. Ah! There's a character. So Legend 64 is a game dev who's working on a game.
I'm making a third-person adventure game with an N64-inspired visual style, where you fight ghosts and undead
But
monsters.
this character,
I created a...
I like how this character looks. And so they've got, the way that they've done the hands are like mitts. And then the chest, I think, is one shape, but the dimensions are given with shading via the textures. And then the face is also textures. And I think they use the blend shapes to make the face textures change. Put the screenshot in Blender behind your image? Maybe. I just don't want it to be... The thing that I like is this face shape. So I'm trying to figure out how I can do that, because when I'm doing it, it's not doing it the way that I want to. But these are the textures. So at some point, I have to also make textures like this. Not like this, but make textures that are... I'd like them to be in this style, which is like a PlayStation kind of graphics thing. Pre-baked into the textures like old games. Yeah. So, but the face shape is what I like, because there's like an edge here, an edge here, an edge here, and an edge here. Which, saying that in that sentence structure as quickly as I did, made it sound like Ed Sheeran, and it made me really angry for a moment. Make a high poly version, texture that, and then use that as a texture on the low poly version. Oh yeah, I've heard that too. I think I'm going to hide this head for now and work on another one. And then I think, this is another thing. And let me get rid of this as well, because I'm not going to use this. Alright, and I'll turn this on, and I'll restart it. ADHD
Hi, you're
brain.
on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat. It's sad. I'm sad. I
There... Oh! Ah!
miss you.
How did this happen?
A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere. It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets.
What'd that guy say?
Forget this. I want to be something. Go somewhere. Do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened. I just don't know when to start. And that's exactly where it started. Oh, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of?
Quirks and stuff.
Ah, that's a thing. In a place. Don't like it? Try a new place. At a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1 jillion degrees. Great news. The quarks are now happily married in groups of 3 called a proton or a neutron. And there's something else flying around too that wants to join in but can't because it's still too...
What the fuck?
Great news. The protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great news. The electrons have now joined in. Congratulations. The world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together.
It's a star.
New shit just got made. Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars...
So... I still feel too stupid for this. It's like, Oh shit. I'm pressing tab in the wrong thing. So... the way that the sun was made. Is the sun... a sun was the first thing made? Question mark. And then there was stuff from that explosion, right? This is how the Big Bang Theory works, right? Yippee. And then, or should I say bazinga? Lol. So when the Big Bang happened, that made new elements. He's gonna explain this, isn't he? And then I'm gonna be like, oh, I could have just waited for him to tell me. It's stuff.
Stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit.
Space dust,
Which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made, and then die and explode into.
even crazier space dust.
So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things. Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks, and it kind of made a mess, which is Weather update, it's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update, those rocks might have had water inside them and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update, cooler temperatures today and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update, it's raining. Severe flooding alert, the entire world is now an ocean. Volcano alert.
That's land.
There's no ocean. What?
Something's alive in the ocean.
Oh cool, like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and
It's a
eats chemical...
tampon. A tampon was the first creature. First thing to happen was Jesus, maybe. The Big Bang was the very beginning, before there was stuff and time. So long ago. That is also... Sometimes I say things, I'm like, I must sound so fucking stupid. Like, yeah, obviously. The fact that time can happen... The fact that there's like... It's like, dinosaurs were this long ago. And you're like, what? That's... I can barely even be like, okay, 5 years ago, what did that feel like? What did this feel like? What did that feel like? And now you're expecting me... This is not how I want it to be. Now you're expecting me to think about time.
Soup, which is being served hot and fresh, made from gnarly space ingredients left over from when it was raining rocks or whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean?
Now you can eat sunlight.
Using a revolutionary technique, you can convert sunlight into food.
Taste the sun.
Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue. Then the Earth might have been a snowball for a while, maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge, it's a plant, it's a worm and some other types of weird strange water bugs and strange fish.
It's the
I just-
Cambrian explosion.
It's like,
Wow, that's
It's like-
animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun is a deadly laser. Oh, okay.
Not anymore, there's a blanket.
Now the animals can go on land. Come on, animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will
Okay.
you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs. And fish. Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to have...
Have babies.
Learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg. Water is in the egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me.
Bye-bye, ocean.
And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure. Oh fuck, now everything's dead. Just kidding, here are the survivors. Keep your eye on this one because it's about to become the dinosaurs. Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart.
What'd
Don't worry
that
about
little
it. It does
guy
it all.
look
Keep your eye
like?
on this one because
Ah! Ugh, tag yourself. I want to be this one. Recent theories indicate the Big Bang Theory was actually an extremely supermassive black hole, which indicates that the Big Bang was not the beginning. Oh, that filled me with such a sense of dread for some reason. It's like existential, like, that freaks me out. Some Thronaxodons in the chat. Some Proterosuchus. Proterosuchus. No one wants to be Proterosuchus. Look at his little overbite. He's got a little overbite. His little overbite. They're still at crackpot level, so you can ignore them. I tried watching this documentary on Netflix that was like something about black holes, and it had Stephen Hawking in it and some other scientists, and I was like, oh man, you guys are really smart, and don't think that I am yet. Is this SY0?
it's about to become the dinosaurs.
thing-
Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart. Don't worry about it. It does that all the time. Here comes a meteor.
And the dinosaurs are gone.
It's mammal time. Here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're gonna dominate the world, and one of them just learned how to grab stuff. And
No.
walk. No, like walk like that and grab stuff at the same time. and bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Ouch. And set things on fire. Youch. And make crazy sounds with their voice. Knirsch, which can mean different things.
That's a human person.
And now they're everywhere.
Interesting.
Almost.
Ice Age.
What? You can walk over here? Cool.
Not anymore.
Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet. And they're chasing their food. Fuck it. Time to plant some grass.
I
Look
only
at
want
this.
this
I
one
control the food
and
now.
this one.
Now everyone will want to be my friend and live near me. Let's all
Why are you
build
doing
houses,
that?
except mine is bigger because I own the food. This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using
Yes.
rocks for everything? Use metal. It's underground. Better farming was just
Yes.
invented in a sweet dank valley
X.
right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping.
Ooh.
Guess what happens next?
More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And
That's
more
where
people
it
come,
all
and there's
went
more farming
wrong.
And more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power. Coming soon to a
society
dank
was
river valley near
invented.
you. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, the horse is probably being tamed. Why is all my metal so lame and lumpy? Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing bronze, made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer
Interesting.
won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what? Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also,
China.
and did I mention?
I thought it said
River Valley civilization.
Gina.
Norte Chico.
The Middle East is getting more complicated. Maybe because it's in the middle of the East. Knock knock, or clop clop. It's the people with the horses. And they made an empire. And then everyone else copied their horses.
Greeks.
Ah, look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley civilization. They're gone. Guess who's not gone?
China. New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras.
Still about to be
stuff.
can make
scammed
a
by the
religion out of
copper
this.
guy.
There's the Bronze Age collapse.
Now the Phoenicians can get down to business.
Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel.
And they believe in God.
Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge heads. Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some
Oh, I
colonies. The
forgot
Greeks copy
none
their
of-
idea and
they
make some
might not be on
colonies.
the
The
same
Phoenicians made a
plane.
colony so big
But
it makes
luckily,
colonies.
it
Here
is
comes
all
the
on the
Assyrian
same
Empire.
plane.
Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median.
It's the Persian Empire.
Wow, that's
Which guy
big.
is this?
Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all
Yes.
dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire
he's
evenly between them.
dead.
Knock knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye.
Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India.
But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings?
Merchants probably. And they've got spices.
Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies. Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city.
See, why can't more of us be
Let's check
horse
the
nomads?
Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews.
Did it-
Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular and is then arrested and killed for being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China. They just made a...
Brand new road to the world.
The Silk Road. I
Where you
know
can
that
get
one.
their own water.
Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast. That's a good place for an epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum
is it
getting
to
so
watch a-
powerful they would like to build
a
a long stick.
head be
Has anyone
built
populated
from-
Madagascar yet? Let's do it together.
China's home again.
Scratch.
Then it broke again.
Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels.
Hell yeah, now we got business.
Said the Ghana.
Me when I see a camel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we've got camels. Hell yeah.
Empire selling lots of gold and slaves. Hi, I live in the Roman Empire and I was wondering...
Is loving Jesus legal yet?
No. Actually, okay, sure, said Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main rival. Don't worry about Rome, it won't fall.
It's the golden age of India.
There's the
want-
Gupta Empire, not Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra, the first.
Probably could have done
Guess
that
who's
along
alone?
a point, but it's fine.
What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire. Or actually just half of it. The other half is just fine, but it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name.
The Mayans have figured out the stars.
Oh, and here's a huge city, population everyone. The Gokturks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe. Great job, Gokturks. How's India? Broken.
There's
How's
a
China?
lot of
Back
history.
together.
How's those trading kingdoms?
Bigger and there's more of them.
Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom, it's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the cube where everyone worships gods and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long
That's how I
gone, but
want.
somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's...
New kingdoms all over Europe.
I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the
Islamic golden age.
Let's bring stuff to the coast and sell it and become the Swahili on the Swahili coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman Emperor, said the Pope,
Rodney.
pretending to still be part.
Rodney. I've done pretty good. Oh fuck, I started the video over. Oh no, I pressed 1 in the wrong window. That looks like a weird testicle, that one. Where were we at?
Or you can get their own water. Sick, new trade routes, said India. Accident. Can't cross this.
That.
R.I.P. Roman Empire. So mad at him. The Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman Emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be
Is that
part of
where
the
we are?
Roman Empire.
At
Then the
10
Franks
minutes?
broke
There
their
we go.
kingdom into what will later be called France and not
Oh, yeah.
France. The
Rodney. Bye, Jetin. Have a good rest of your day. Rodney. Rodney, my OBS is breaking. Rodney, my OBS is breaking. Rodney, my OBS breaking. Can it refresh? Ooh, okay. Rodney, my OBS be doing this weird thing. Just so you know. I don't think it's OBS's fault though. Once again, I do think it's Streamlabs. But it's like, it's like every time I resize the camera or move it on the scene or move it in the hierarchy, OBS crashes. And then earlier it was also crashing if I changed the scenes too quickly. But I googled it. I posted about this on Blue Sky and tagged OBS and Stream Elements. When I googled OBS crashes when I resize my camera, the first result was from a month ago. And it was someone with the same problem, but then people were like, uninstall Stream Elements from OBS. And then the person said that worked. However, Stream Elements is what I use to multi-stream, so I don't want to delete it, really. So yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do a fresh install soon, but never heard of that, but it sounds funny.
Northerners, or just Norse if you don't have much time, are
It's, like,
exploring. They
broken.
go north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name
I
them
make a
accordingly.
circle. Probably
They
not.
also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kievan Rus. Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you like? Mine's better, mine's better, mine's better. Time to conquer England, said William. It's a bird, it's a plane,
It's the Seljuk Turks.
said the Byzantine Empire, who's
Might
getting
be
so
more
small it almost doesn't
polygons
exist
than I
anymore.
want.
We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade.
Crusade.
They did
Not
many
the
crusades, some of which almost
Crusades.
didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans.
Hello, Toltecs.
Goodbye, Toltecs.
Hello, Mississippi.
Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing. And the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time. Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India.
Hello, Elliot.
Is it
OBS
Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time.
31.1 is coming out soon. It will fix all
I just
issues
found out
that
where the
everyone has
Swahili
ever
gets all
had.
their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there,
Hmm.
right in the middle of The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said. The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer. Let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the Ottoman Turks. Nice.
Printers were that old? When was the first printer made? Around 1440. The goldsmith Johannes Gutenberg invented the movable type printing press. I oughta complaining to be by the mummy. I'm gonna tell everyone. Oh. I'm gonna tell why are you doing that? What a freaking out! Huh? Why are you acting? Oh. Why you like the microphone so much? Like that? Why he do that? Why he do that like that? No, he's a big boy. Last night to sleep, he slept with me for like, I feel like it was 2 hours, but it was difficult for me to sleep because he was laying on his back with his little paws like this. I was laying on my side and he was laying right here with his face like on my face, or his head on my face with his face facing that way. And then I have like this hand around him holding the back of his head. And then this arm is underneath. And then he laid like that forever. And I was like, oh, I have to turn over. But he'll probably leave if I do that. So then I held him, I scooted him over my body to the other side and I turned over. And he woke up a little bit and then he went back to sleep. And I was like, dude. I'm not comfortable, but there's no way that I'm gonna move this guy around. Cause he looking so cute. He being so cute. Oh, is this the guy that made... That's right, I'm still a piece of garbage.
Job, Ottoman Turks. Oops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade. What? That's bullshit, said Portugal, spiceless.
Well, I guess we'll have to find another way to...
Everyone point and laugh. Spiceless.
Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said
What?
Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey, Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No, please, no, please, no, please. Okay. So he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean.
Rodney,
And then discovers...
if you say that the Reddit is called Big Pussy, and then it either is actually pictures of people with big cats, or it's not, and you're just lying so that I look at vaginas on my stream, I don't know what to think. Rodney. Oh, I didn't turn clipping on. Oh, this doesn't need to be on. Hold on. I'm mid whatever the fuck this is that's going on. Clipping. Girls with huge pussies. Okay. Double check you don't have things overlapping
Indies
now.
and Japan.
I
Let's draw a
know.
line to decide who gets which half of the world.
It's a
The
horrible
Aztec
life.
and Inca empires are off to a great start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many royal families they
What
might
the
have to
hell
start marrying
happening
each
with
other.
this shape?
Move over, Lithuania. Here comes Moscow. Ivan wants to make Russia great again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 reasons why, said Martin Luther in his new book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big?
Stop
which it is
wearing
now.
an
What if
onion
Russia
hat?
was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real.
Not this one.
And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1, can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2, steal the spice trade. That's not a question, but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world, more specifically Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year
Circle
discussion,
not doing
giving
what I
Prussia a
want
chance
it
to show Austria
to.
who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France helps them win. Now France is broke. And Britain will have to send their prisoners to
Maybe-
a different continent. Wait, if France
Lol.
is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off until someone eventually got mad and cut his head off. You could
Robespierre.
make a no, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves, who free themselves by killing their masters.
Don't worry
Why didn't we
about
think
that,
of this
I-
before? Wait, who's in charge of France now?
Start it over again.
Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe.
4
Luckily, they
seems
banished him
like
to
too
an
many
island.
But he
though.
came back.
Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American Wars of Independence. Britain just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make
Trying to think what I
Types of
want.
Machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast.
Then they invent some trains and conquer India and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain, buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which worked actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to
So I'm
stop
gonna
each other
cut
from
this.
conquering Afghanistan. Also, the
Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now.
that's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to govern themselves now. Nope, said Britain, governing them even harder than before.
This thing.
Technology is about to go crazy.
Or am I
The
dumb?
United States finally figured out whether slavery is
That'd
good or
be dumb.
bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued
This way.
manifesting their destiny, which is to kill the rest of the natives and take their
Yeah, it
land and
was.
maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see who could rape it the fastest. They never got Ethiopia. Britain and France are still hungry. They never got Thailand. The United
That was one of the things that I learned about a lot in art history school was all of the European countries going to Africa and taking all of their shit, especially when the Ottoman Empire was in charge, because the Ottoman Empire was like, yeah, you can have that stuff, mostly because it's not ours to give away, so that's kind of why we don't really care, but we will sell it to you, so yeah, you can have it. Yeah, just kind of like, if you want it, I guess just take it. Probably. Needed them for the leg rests. This is true. Look how ugly this line is right here. Gotta fix it. How straight do I want this? It might go fucky.
States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more.
Hawaii, Cuba.
Wait, Spain controls Cuba. Well, blame something on them and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the 2 oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go.
See,
China
like
is
this
so
I
tired
don't
of being
like.
bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government. Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I.
Do I
Look at
solve
those
that?
guns. It's gonna
Like
be a
this?
great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same.
Communism in the Soviet Union.
The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire's gone, so we can give the
Jewish people a place to live.
Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the
Monka.
remains of the not-so-Ottoman anymore empire.
Except Turkey. Turkey makes a brand new turkey.
And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great forever.
Yippee.
Just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the
Not
angry mustache model.
yippee.
He's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they raped Nanking way too hard. They should probably just deny it. Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before they could explain it to him.
That's World War II.
Bonus round, Pacific Showdown. United States versus Japan. Fight.
Where?
Finish him. Let's unite all the nations and have
On
some
the
world
side.
peace. Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, 2 Pakistans. One of them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy.
Psych, they both get angrier.
Look out, China. There's a new China in China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks,
This-
said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the 2 global superpowers.
Oh, hello,
They're having a
Ernie.
friendly debate over which economic system is good and which one is an evil virus of Satan. And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs. I'll race you to space. Now let's make some more countries fight themselves. Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay.
How old is
Technology's
this
better
video?
too. That might keep happening.
How old is this? 8 years ago. 8 years.
The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops, someone just attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything?
Ew,
Surprise, it's on the
this
computer.
bit
now your
right
phone's a
here,
computer, which is in
dude.
your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe
The
is
video
warming.
is,
The ocean is
Elliot, the video is like a super condensed version of history from like the Big Bang until now. Oh, okay. It is of course, you know, there's a lot more shit going on. I've been here. Well, you didn't say the phrase, our secret password that lets me know that you've been watching the whole time, so how would I know that? You didn't say our secret phrase.
full of plastic.
Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how. Let's invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
Do I want it like that? I think it's this stupid thing right here that makes this stupid this. If I join it like that. I did the wrong button. Ah! Is it gay? Can a man make jokes anymore? No, Elliot. Don't you know what year it is? That's the last demographic that should be allowed to make a joke. And you should know that. Just kidding. What the fuck is this ugly shape happening? There! It's because this is pulled so far forward. Do I have to pull these to the side to make it less ugly? No. Do I need another... Do I need like another polygon here? Or whatever? No, you did the wrong one. Ugly. Ugly. Can pop out the video. What if I like it here? You're sculpting a testicle. Why is yours got a sharp point on it, Rico? I look at this from this angle. Maybe I need the face flatter from the side. I take this guy and I move him like this. Move this. No. Remove this one. This one and this one, maybe? Oh, so lumpy style. Is it because, is this not forward enough? This is one thing I struggle with, where I'm like, my shape is so weird lump. Mostly because I do not entirely know what I'm doing. If I bring these up a little bit, I have to go pee too. That's at least less bad. What about from up here, from down here? This bit. It's this guy, which means it's this guy. If I get rid of this... Shoot. I dissolve this edge. Then it makes it fucked. If you have two reference images, it helps you model what you want to do a bit more easily because you can put them in the background. I don't super have that though. I need to get... Well, let's move this over. Let's flatten these together. Let's flatten this. I think even when I use a reference image though, I end up having faces that are not doing the shape how I want them to. I'm trying to think what is causing that like weird flattening, because the shape that's doing it, if I take, let's try taking this edge away, and then, so we've got now this ugly bit here, but if I add a guy here and connect these, and then I move this out a little bit, oh, that's gonna be ugly. SX? So there's still this like concave area from this guy being farther out than these guys. Have you looked at model heads from that game model site? Faces are calculation, you need to add more vertices. Well, I guess when things are low poly then, are those types of faces still going to have a lot? Because if you look at this one, this person's face has this many that they're working with. And that's not a whole lot, and they've made it flat on the front. And I guess they've got it quite flat across the board. And then the sides are quite close as well. I think that Material website, I think with that one, I've got some models downloaded from it. However, they are... The format for them, I think, is not the, thing. Subdivide and go in sculpting. I don't like using the sculpting, though, too much. So I know I can, like, bloat stuff and all of that. It's gonna be a... Look, see, this shape right here is just ugly. I think because these are not close enough to their guys here. Which I guess when you look at this person's from the side, this stuff is, there's like one plane here, and then the rest, there's like a flat plane. So if we have that, and even for the face, they've got like an actual flat front of the face, where all of this is on the same X question mark, same Y question mark. Ah! I'm blending squares and I'm using rectangles. I guess if I shorten it, or I can add another thing here. It's ugly. Yaba. Yama needs to go back and listen to my cover of Baka Mitai and tell me how good my Japanese was. And then all of these are on the same X coordinate like that. And then this guy, get rid of him. Then I need another one between these 2 points, I think. Which then also needs to be on the same as this. If I just match these up for now. Why? Question mark? Yes. Help! What the fuck? Polygon site for free textures. I think so. Mito's been lurking in Yama's streams. They are good. I could make it so that I have a reference, or I could make things extremely difficult on myself for no reason and not do that. A lot of it too is like, I don't need it to be exactly perfect right now, because I do want to like fuck around and figure out how stuff works. Is the reason this is doing that because it's trying to attach to these. And so there's also one down the middle. It is a lot of like not necessarily breaking things on purpose, but breaking things a little bit so that I can be like, okay, now I understand what this shape is trying to do, sort of. Y? No, X. Then... So because of that, and if I bring this one out and don't have another one under there yet. Use our VTubers together in VR chat sometime. I need to get stuff. I need to get into VR chat. So I have a headset thing, but I just haven't done anything with it yet. Also, I'm a little bit scared of VR chat because I've seen a lot of wacky stuff on there. Which mostly what I've seen is people with phantom pregnancies. And I don't know if I have the spoons to encounter that. I don't know if I have the spoons for that. Which is not to say that I have anything against anyone who has a phantom pregnancy, but rather I'm too old for this. Is this what I want? If you don't want to pretend to have a phantom pregnancy, then yeah, it isn't for you. How many phantom pregnancies have you had, Luke? Phantom pregnancy is like, well, it's like a phantom limb, right? Where it's like, sometimes if people have like an amputation or something, then they, sense the limb there. Except what I've been seeing on VR chat is people who have not ever been pregnant, having phantom pregnancies, which I understand, but I don't have the mental resources or psychological knowledge of how to have a conversation, I suppose I would say. Girl, what the fuck happened in here? Pregnant. Can happen if you have or haven't been pregnant before. It's just the body being a dumbass. I think yes, but then I think it's like there's some like playing a character of that, which then I think minimizes people who do go through that, perhaps. This has gotten so much more fucking ugly. I'm gonna start over from this part, which is fine. I'm not upset about that because, like I said, I'm trying to like figure out how some things work. And so if I have to more than once fuck around with something, I don't mind. I need a middle thing. I do need to go pee too, so I'm gonna do that. In game, I actually don't know what it is either. Now you know, Luke. Now you know. I do want to though, but mostly because I've seen Marcus. Alright, I'll be right back. Sorry. I'll be right back. I have to pee. I'm laughing because Luke just came and said hi, and I went pee and I was looking at Twitch while I was gone. And he's literally live like just now, which is so funny to me. What a nice guy. I'm gonna shout him out so that he knows. He knows that I know. Also, the Goo Crew raised a fuck ton of money for the protests in LA, which is really awesome. Those guys are all really cool. The Goosifers. The Gooses. Alright. I'm trying to think. Now, let's see how this person started. So what they did, I'm pretty sure, was they made a cube and then they used subdivision surface on it. Which I don't know if they did that because they don't have the same like mesh thing that I'm using. Because I have an add-on that has added this weird little round cube. And so I just want to see. Okay, if I get rid of this, and if I add a cube, and I subdivision surface it by 2, then how many guys is this? I want to see which round cube this is similar to. So not that one. Is it 4? Yes. Oh. So it's a 4 round cube. Interesting. Hello, Dog the Possum. Meat coma. Yeah, I saw you were having ribeye, Disco. Glad it was a nice dinner. I live near enough to like a steakhouse. And when they're making steaks, I can like... I wonder actually, I think the reason that they did a round cube is because... Rather, let me see something real quick. But yeah, when they're like cooking all of the stuff for the day or something, it goes really smoky. It smells really nice outside. So it doesn't look any different. I was gonna say I thought it was because if it was a rounded cube, then it would have a flatter surface, but what I'm adding is a rounded cube. Snake House. Bye forever, time to get protest news at work and probably get sent home early. Bye, Mido. Take care. Be safe. Let us know when you get home. Text us when you get home. So then, let's see what they did. So they have, of course, a reference that they're using. So essentially, it's a round head. And they're mirroring and all of that. What? They're saying.
Into each other and instead clip. We're doing this so we can apply a mirror modifier instead. Enable clipping. This is super important for your mirrored halves not to go into each other and instead clip at the middle. You're going to want to do this for any object on your model that is symmetrical, for example torso, legs, etc. At least in the basic stages of modeling. Make use of proportional.
The coloring, I think, is an image texture that they have, which is like, I think if I look it up, Blender color image texture. There's like it's like a hue thing. Normally I think people use like this thing or this, and then you can like, that's what they're using for texturing. Matcap. Oh, is there one that does that? Because I don't think they've applied shade smooth onto theirs. Because if I shade smooth, then of course it looks like that, which actually maybe not having that on might help me a little bit better. And then I've just got a default material that I like to use. But then there's also one that is from another model, which actually is not doing what I want it to do anyways. So I wonder, yeah, the coloring would be better. I wonder, where's my thing at if I hit home? So is there a color thing that's like... How do they have that one? Matcap. Rainbow. Sort of like rainbow. Okay. A matcap in the viewport shading. Okay, I see it now. So we make that with this. So we would have the viewport shading. First we click this. We click this. Do matcap. And then we've got so where's their rainbow? How did they get it rainbow? If I take this material off. Click on solid viewport shading. Click on the drop down arrow. Under lighting, select matcap and choose the check normal matcap. Okay, that was the thing I was missing. Matcap. Where's check normal? Circle image just under. Oh! That doesn't even look like you can click on it. Yippee! I just like this. Okay, do we see it in this one too? No, we only see it in this one. I need to turn down my X-ray a little bit. It's like as low as it goes, essentially. Okay, interesting. Then if we... flat still. Okay, that's cool. I need to remember how to do that because then I want to save it as my default profile. Are links on? Oh, in the chat? I think you should be able to post one. As long as it's not too crazy. Okay, we've got a rainbow. So now what do they do after that?
Editing. Instead of moving just one vertex, you'll be able to move everything around it as well, or kind of mold the mesh. Make the radius bigger or smaller by just scrolling your mouse wheel. Here I'm just starting with modeling the head.
So yeah, mostly they're using their reference. Which I guess if I look at the reference images I have, I can borrow a face if I've got one that's like looking straight forward. Which I don't know if I do. Some of these are so freaking cute. Look how cute this is. If I borrow a face, oh, that's cute too. Look at that. Ride cylinder's working. Ooh, thank you, Roars. Save that. Save what you currently have as a separate file. True. How cute that is. They seem to make a decent amount. I guess if I look at, so the other reference I had was Nights into Dreams. The character from that, but their face is just round. But I really like the face profile that that one person has. Where did I put it? I like this angular shape and with the chin, which I'm. Ooh. Nope.
I'm making a third-person fight of the desired facial expression.
Which I don't want to copy one for one.
Pun
I'm wondering how they did it. Does it show their UV map? It does. I liked listening to the video things, but also I can't chat and make stuff and listen to that, unlike when I'm just sitting here by myself. That's okay. So if I center this and we have mirror on already, understandable. Otherwise I can a longer video of the short. See, because he has dev diaries. When did this get posted? 1 year ago. These are from 1 year ago. We look through. I just feel bad looking at someone's work because I don't want it to be that I am stealing from them, you know? Oh, interesting. Oh, that's how that works in whatever the fuck program this is. What is that? Unreal! Oh! Yeah, learning. Learning. Ladder demonstration. Check this person's videos out though, because what they're making is really cool. They were in 720p. I think this is just a fight. Bat monster. Look at how good this is though. Like, it's so Legend of Zelda. Like what Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. I like it a lot. Manticore flying enemy and how he moves. Castle Dwellers.
The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time.
Let's look. We can watch this maybe.
It's one of those landmark titles in gaming. It introduced so many amazing characters and environments, making it feel like the most complete and expansive game up to that point. This game simply cannot be topped.
Hi, Great
except
Mole.
somehow
Thank you
it
so
was.
much.
The atmosphere, the characters, the side quests. Majora's Mask takes everything great about Ocarina and just keeps amping it up. The townsfolk of Clocktown all feel so
Oops, my
real.
bad.
Each NPC has detailed interactions with one another, and I swear these characters' voices will be seared into my subconscious forever. I've always been inspired by this game, and as a child I dreamt of making a game which has complex character interactions like this one. So without further ado, allow me to introduce you to the game's first NPC. Isn't he handsome? The NPC shares the same functionality as the game's enemies. Each one can be targeted and cycled between, but they
No, I
also
didn't
have
see
unique
that, Roars.
functions of their own, such as dialogue. I want the characters to interact with each other in ways that reflect their roles in the environment. And I think a great example of interact with each other in ways that reflect their
So if we look at
their
like
roles
this
in
person's head, how they're
dialogue.
made.
I want the characters to interact with each.
Fast forwarding slowly, frame by frame. And I like their... Okay, let's get a mood board. Yippee. Or rather, I get paint document. Because I looked on that model resource website. And I don't think it had models from... Is this Majora's Mask, right? Did he say? I don't think it had models from Majora's Mask that were like... Let's see what they've got. Because if I can open that and look at it, I just want to look at it. Was that Nintendo 64 question mark? Ocarina of Time. Who've they got? So they've got Cuckoo Lady. Oh, I clicked on the wrong fucking one. I did. Majora's Mask. So this is who they've got for this. Is that Ben drowned? If we look at the other one, Zelda. Other Zelda. Marin's face is kind of like that, I guess. Malon, I mean. Malon! And then the adult one kind of as well. But I like this more rounded face, maybe. So I put that to the side. And then we look at this a little bit. Your Wii collector. So this also, they've got like the calf extends by both sides. And then you can kind of see the face shape there. Who is this character? And then they've got like that, you can see there's edges there. And I don't, there might be an edge pulled forward here. Perhaps. And then what else they got? Give us the goth mommy. Goth mother.
Of course, I've made this so it works on enemies.
The first printer. Castle parlor. Majora's Mask Link has 800 whole polygons, while the other smaller characters might only have 400 or even 200. Interesting. A chair, the fireplace, masks, gargoyle, curtains, lighting, flame, shadows. There was like, I think in one of these, you could see the character. She was stood by like the front of the... She's like
without it
stood
being too
here.
boring to traverse. Be nearly on the area and it's difficult. I've tried my best to capture that sense of liminality that was so palpable in game.
Ugh. Panic sets in from hearing that noise. I'd love to make something. So, if I download this Malon, download this model, And if I open this, so we've got a .obj file and a .mtl file. Can I open an obj file in Blender? I just drag it over. No. Blender. File import wavefront. Okay. Or drag it. I'll try it. So let me save what I'm doing here. And if I bring this over, about file, import. Can't see me, I forgot. File import, which is fine, because I gotta go through all my files now. Let me put this file into the folder I was using. And then folder. She's huge. So if we look at this, shade flat. Oh. Okay. That is horrible to look at. Does it look? Am I working too small? So let's get rid of some of this stuff here. Shit. So the back of her hair is also part of the head, of course. So the head is like extended down. And interesting because this back of this model is clipping in also. Because this part is... What is that? Like her shoulder piece thing, basically. So this has... Maybe we can get rid of these things. Of the fringe. And... things. Be able to see better. And I guess because the neck is its own separate thing. Let's get rid of all of this. For a second I panicked. I was like, oh my god, did I change off of my big face camera? So I guess I don't really need to see the back of the head bits because I guess we'll leave it for now. Shoot, I got rid of my wireframe. I hate that. No face at all. 100 meters tall, okay. Yeah, when I made the Kirsty model, in Unity, I guess it comes out quite huge. And so I had to like, when I put it in the VTubing program, you have to like pull the camera back pretty far. And it looks like, so they've got, the hair texture seems really small. Or maybe it's larger. There's shadow, scarf, boots, arms, ear. Interesting. So I wonder if I imported it so that it's not mirrored. certainly, or I guess the pose that she was standing in, maybe she's like, she was posed. Ugh. So, what do we have even? They've got sort of a square there, and the face is a lot of triangles. Hello, Quartermistress. Been wanting to get into Blender for years for precisely these kinds of things, but I don't even know where to begin. You want a little tiny crash course real quick? As far as I can, do? I can try that. I can do a little one. I was thinking about doing one anyways. I want to save this. New. So when you first open Blender, it won't look exactly like mine. Because I've changed my default stuff. And then some important stuff is in the add-ons. You can like, I changed my theme because I felt like it, but there is also dark mode, but I wanted something cute. And then the add-ons that I've got are these ones, if you need a screenshot. BioVision motion capture format, Cycles render engine, extra mesh objects, which is what's given me this like cube that is like a round cube. FBX format, loop tools, which helps make circles on like planes and stuff and faces. And just like a few of these things, like Rigify is for Rigify, and Unofficial Cats are for doing skeletons for like VTubers and moving stuff around, sort of. So those are what I have for that. And then I think one of the other things that I changed when I started is there's a setting in here which is like emulate 3-button mouse or something like that, which everyone says to turn on. And that's somewhere in here. My cat's Blender is fucked up. Something's wrong with it. Whatever. Still working fine. So anyways, when you start in Blender, you'll have it will be like more like this default. And there won't be any shapes or anything. And so there's like the important things of moving around the space. So rotating the camera is middle mouse button, like look all around. And then if you want to move like everything like this, it's shift middle mouse button, and middle mouse button as in clicking it. This is clicking and holding down the middle mouse button. And then zooming in and zooming out. Right click you can use to like add stuff in, because the thing with Blender is there's like a lot of different hotkeys and things that all sort of do the same thing. Yeah, 3-button emulation is for old mice and also for, I think, people with laptops that are for some reason using a trackpad. And then when you first have a file open, there's different ways to look at things that you have in your space. I guess the other thing is like you can switch between camera views with your numpad too. So I use 1 a lot to just look at the forward facing. There's 3, which is a side. 5 is whatever the fuck that is. 7 is above, and 9 is below, or vice versa. But I don't really use those. Hello, MacBrain. El Miedo, thank you so much. And then you'll have different things over here. And these are like, your scene is a collection, and it's a collection of collections that you make to organize things, and then all of the objects you have. So on mine, I have a camera controller with the camera, which is something that I added so that I can have, like, when I render stuff, I've got this little window down here. So when I press space, there's an animation that's going, and I can see all sides down here, and you can see the cameras moving around the space. There it goes. And that's just extra shit, which you don't really need. But that's just to explain what's on my start thing. And then also when you start, you'll have lighting resources. So like lighting sources. If you want to add anything to your scene, the hotkey is Shift A, and that's how you get things like your meshes. So for adding shapes, which has all of these, I thought that said meatball, and I got excited. You can also add your reference images or your background images this way. And you can also add your lights and your cameras this way too. So normally there are lights on a scene, but I don't like to use them. Music is epic to really drive home how fucking complicated this is. There's the photorealistic pink frosted sprinkled donut, which is pretty good, because that guy explains a lot of stuff. But it's not the sort of thing that I wanted to do, because I like the low poly stuff. But all of the stuff that he explained in there was also still very helpful. I don't use a light source in my stuff. At least yet. Maybe in the future I will. Way more helpful than many other tutorials I've watched and read. Thank you, no problem. Feel free to clip or like even screen record any of this stuff. So we can add a shape, and I'll just add a round cube. Now when you add something, you don't want to touch anything right away, because you get this nice little window here, which has all of the settings for what you've just added. And as soon as you do any other command, even moving it or resizing it, this will go away, and then you have to change it in a different way, whereas this is just a lot more convenient. So we have a shape, and I can choose the radius of the shape right here if I want to. I usually wait and resize it later. But usually what I do on this instance is, like a round cube, I decide how many faces that I want it to have with the arc. And then if this was like a plane or a cylinder, I might change the rotation of it down here, so that it starts at the rotation that I want it to be at. But for the cubes and like the circles and stuff, I don't really fuck with that. Finding Blender, I like it a lot. I've put a lot of time into it. And I'm still learning a lot at all times. So we've got a basic shape here, which originally when it spawns in, it will spawn in on, I think, the cursor. Some things I don't really know, so I might be wrong at some points, but I'll try not to say anything that I don't feel super confident in it being correct. But it'll spawn usually at the like default like world origin, I think it is, which you can change also in different menus. But I don't really fuck with that, so I don't know where it is. It does spawn with 000, but depending on like, sometimes depending on where you are on the map, or like if you've moved the cursor, which I accidentally do all the time, then it might be in a different spot. So that happens. So right now you just have a shape. And this shape, usually when it spawns in first, you'll see all the faces and it will be shaded like this. And this is called being shaded flat. Which if you want to change the shading to see what it looks like, you can right click on it and then shade it smooth. And this is what it looks like shaded smooth. And right now it doesn't have any materials assigned to it. And materials are what gives it color and even texture and things like that. So and that's right here. This menu right here is not only a menu for the stuff that is everything besides your shape or whatever you've added, it's also whatever you added is then this second part here. And different things that you add have different like abilities basically. Like for example, if I add a light, wherever that's gone, you can see the things that I'm able to do with it, or I can look at the object, I can fuck with the physics of it, the constraints, and then the data for it. Versus this round cube has the object, the modifiers, the particles, the physics, the constraints, the data, which is important for the groups and the keys, which is important for like animating stuff. Oh, it's behind the camera. I'll try to move my camera and hopefully it does not crash? OBS. I move myself. Transform. Edit transform. I go to the top of the screen a little bit more. It's the wrong one. Top of the screen. Position, is it this one, maybe? I'm just 0. And then I'll move it again if I need to. So you've got all of that here. And then the like different and important things for shapes are typically the data section and the material section. A material is where you like add color and choose how those colors interact with the world and all of that stuff. Right click has set cursor menu that you can reset. Set origin. There we go. So you can also set your 3D cursors and your origins to like your shape or wherever you are. Under snap also. Oh yeah, and there's snapping. So this is with a shape. You've got all your information about the shape. You've got your information about your Blender situation. What theme are you using? I think this theme is just called purple. Violet. Violet theme. I just looked up Blender themes and then I downloaded it, which all you do is click and drag into Blender, which is really nice. Yeah, this is like, so I'm using Eevee with the samples, and then there's also like, which the donut tutorial goes over, is if your Blender is using your GPU processing, your GPU, so your graphics card, or if it's using your built-in graphics card for your PC, sometimes the rendering power might not be as good, or you might have like issues with like frame rate and stuff of using Blender itself. So there's a setting in the settings somewhere where you change that. The donut guy goes over it pretty early on. There's just, honestly, there's a lot of shit here that either I haven't had to really use yet, or I just don't fuck with. But you can change like the background color of your stuff, which sometimes affects lighting and shading and stuff. F3. Is it better to use GPU or CPU, whichever one is beefier? Exactly, yeah. So typically, the GPU will be beefier, and depending on what your GPU is, it will run it a certain way. But a lot of the times, I think what the guy recommends in the video is setting it to your GPU, and then if it's already on GPU, then you're good. Or something like that. I think, so mine's set to my GPU because my graphics card is pretty good. And then, a really important thing that I don't think I see people go over at the start of the tutorials and stuff is at the top of the screen is like different ways to view like basically this same menu right here. And these I think you can like make your own. So I use this screen a lot for myself because I've added extra shit to it that I like to use. And then there's like the sculpting one, UV editing, which comes in for like mapping your textures and everything like that and coloring it in. And same with the texture painting one. Are there effects not possible on GPU? I think the GPU typically can do everything as long as your GPU is not like 2 mega old. And sometimes shading differences, Ulfgar says. So you've got all of these things at the top, and you can kind of tailor your window to what you want it to be. So like this default window for me has the viewport, which is where you see everything happening, I think is what it's called. And then the timeline down here, which is for animating. Which if I wanted this window down here to be something different, I can click this button here and choose what I want it to be. So if I was like, I don't think I'm going to mess around with the timeline that much, but like I've done in my other window, I mess around with the materials a lot. So I've got my shader editor down here because I fuck around with that a lot. So that's down here. But at the same time, you can kind of do everything in this shader editor for the most part in this section over here also, which is the material section of your cube itself. And you can pop out windows, you can move them, like this would join that together with that, like clicking and dragging it when you've got the cross. And you can move them, resize them, get rid of them, pop them out if you want to, all of that. And you can just kind of go through this and see, what a dope sheet. You can go through this and see like what works for you and then put the windows where you need them and all of that. So the 3D viewport is like the main system. Dowie, thanks for the 21 months. Dowie's a good blender also. So this basic one, Dowie, we're looking at the blends. This is Blender, which is free, and you can also get it on Steam also. You can download it that way or through Blender themselves. Completely free. A ton of the add-ons are free as well. Some people have add-ons that they want you to pay for, so if you like those, you can. Steam auto updates, that's smart. It also tracks your time. Double audio, it might be because of the monitor and output being system or something. No, Blender is free, unless I accidentally did a pirating. It's probably just something weird, Torb. I think it's my... which I can put back to how I had it before, so it will not do that. And then it should still make it so that I can hear it. But, yeah, you've got this. And typically, I think it starts on... the way that you see this to where it's gray is because the setting it's in is the viewport shading, which is up here behind my camera. So if I move... so you've got a viewport display here. And this is viewport shading. This is just the wire. This is, whatever the fuck this is, viewport shading that way. And then this one is the viewport shading this way. And so with this one, if you have material and texture assigned, this is when you would see it. If you have lighting, you can see the effects of the lighting on this one. Whereas in this one you don't really, but in this one you do. So you've got that. And so I work a lot in this one because I like to see... I like to assign my materials and colors like pretty early on. But this one is really useful for all of the basic stuff that you do. And then other options that you have are... these are like all of the gizmo things, which are, I think, like, how you see these arrows, because you can kind of, like, turn off anything that you want to. If you're like, I don't like seeing that. So a lot of times I'll turn off my extras, so, like, you can see up here, you don't have to look at the light source thing anymore. You don't have to see the camera thing, but you can also do that by hiding it. And then also, with hiding it, if you hide something, you don't see it anymore. But that doesn't mean that it won't come out in the render unless you hide it from the render, which is up here with the little camera button. So that's for those things. And then there's also options where this is X-ray. So this is really helpful when you are editing your vertexes and your faces and you're just editing your shape in general. If you don't have this on and you go into edit mode, which the way that you can switch modes easily, instead of doing it right here, I could go in edit mode here. You can hold down tab and go over to edit mode, object mode, weight paint, all of those things. So if I go in edit mode and I move this guy right here, which I can do with G, or I like to just use all of the things on the side. It's just what I'm used to. So if I move this vertex here, it's only moving the one on the front. So if I wanted to like, if I was like, oh, like I want to shape the entire side of this thing, and then I turn around and these two, which are in this, or this, which is in the same position as this pretty much, have moved, but this hasn't. It's because the X-ray is not turned on. Whereas when X-ray is turned on, you're moving things that are in the front and also things that are in the back that you can't see. And if I were to be in this, like this, and I'm like, oh, like, I want to move this one and also this one and also this one, then I can do that like that. So that's very useful. You can also turn on, this is what I just learned, which is what a lot of people use, this matte cap thing, and then you can change what your matte cap looks like. So a lot of people use this one because it shows you the different faces, and that's available in this second option, the viewport shading. And if I turn off X-ray, I can see it at full opacity. Is that what you would say, full opacity? So it's a full solid, versus if I don't have it on that. But this is useful because then you can see each face and what they look like. So that's really nice. And then we've got this edit menu, so you've got edit or object if you want to like move the object itself around. And it's also useful to just like get a look at what's going on. And then when you're in edit mode, you can edit the individual like vertices, which when you're editing and moving stuff, you've got a select box, a circle, or a lasso. I like to use the lasso. And then if you've got a movement thing toggled or the rotate thing toggled, no matter if when you do that, usually it will stay. So like if I do that and then I decide to select a different vertex, then I still have the option of moving it right away, or I still have the option of rotating it if I'm using them. I'm using mouse and keyboard. I should do it on my drawing monitor, but somehow it's more comfortable for me to do it this way, except I think when I get into the texture stuff is when it will be more annoying. No problem. So, another useful thing that I don't think people go over right away is this right now, we're in edit mode, and we're in the first part of the edit mode, which you can change up here or with the hotkey. So right now we're on edit mode for the vertexes themselves, which are the little points. But if we press 2 or click up here, now we're in edit mode for the edges, which are these guys. And we can move those individually too if we want to, even if we select multiple with shift. Or you can add with control also. And then a lot of times if you want, you're like, oh, I want, even if you're in vertex mode and you're like, okay, I need to get all of these edges at once. Typically, you can like double click and it will highlight certain shapes, and depending on what is connected, it will highlight everything for you. Sometimes you have to do it more than once. Sometimes I just end up clicking a whole bunch. So yeah, there's vertex mode, edge mode, or another very useful one is face mode. So this is, you can see it will select the entire face of the object, and you can move it that way also. This is really useful for when you are, like, if I wanted to rotate this, which I can also do with R, or if you find, which is a later problem, that you've accidentally gotten the edge facing, or the face facing the wrong way, then you can select it this way. Because there's also, like, depending on what you have selected, there's different things that you might want to do with it, like, that are in the other settings. There's another really important one for sculpting but not in sculpt mode is proportional editing, which you use O is the hotkey for that. And when you do that, if I select this vertex and I move it, I get this circle, which is like an area of effect, which while I'm doing that, I can make the circle smaller, and depending on what the size of the circle is, it will move the other things proportionally to what I have selected. Alt-click is loop select. Is that for See, Dowie knows things that I don't even know. Alt-click. Dowie, it's not doing it for me. Maybe I have to be in a certain mode. Also, I press shit all the time. Maybe I'm dumb. You might have your settings changed too. And I've turned off some stuff because one thing that I hate is if you're in object mode, I've unbound this, but if you're in object mode and you accidentally press your numbers, it hides everything. So I turned that off because that shit was pissing me off. Control click is usually, I guess, selecting multiples. Control right click. No, control right click is another important thing. If you want to put down a single vertex, which I tried Googling forever and couldn't figure out, if you already have an object and you're in number 1 vertex mode, you control right click to put a vertex down. And then you can put another one down, another one, whatever you want to do. You can make things that way. But be advised when you put them down, if you saw I put that down from like this angle, so of course where that exists in space might not be exactly where you think it is. Hitting the numbers along nail issue? No, it's more that I just... How I type a lot of times is I just type and then I let Google correct all of my shit that I just said. So it might just be that I'm used to just keyboard smashing. So that's that, how to add a vertex. Where if you're like, I want to make just vertexes, because some people sculpt that way, you can do that also by adding a plane mesh. And I've got my plane, which you're like, where is it? It's flat. So I usually rotate that. And then now that I've rotated it, I can move it. Which you can move with G. And then another thing is for scaling. If you press S, you can scale like that instead of this button also is scale and this is transform. Do you select with left or right? Left. Left. So I've got this plane, and a lot of the ways that people do the like thing where they're just putting down a vertex at a time is if you've got your plane, you go into edit mode with tab, and if you highlight whatever you want to highlight, you press X, and you can delete things. So I could delete just the edges if I wanted to, just the faces if I wanted to, and the vertexes. So I would, for this instance, I want to delete the vertexes, and I've got one left. If I have him selected, and I press Control, and I'm right clicking, it will start with that guy connected, but you don't have to either. And then the other thing was, if I'm like, man, like, let's say I have this shape over here and I'm in edit mode and I want to join some faces together, I can go into edge mode. I can select an edge that I want to get rid of. I can press X, and I can either, if I delete the edge, this happens, so it opens it up, which can be useful. Or I can dissolve the edge, and that's made that plane an entire face. So you can see how that's been modified from me doing that. Which can be useful if you're like wanting to do a few different, like if you want to join some faces together. You can also do the same thing with face mode, where if you're like want to delete these faces, you can highlight them and then you can delete, and you can do delete faces or delete only faces, and then you would have this open area too. There's also extruding, which is you can extrude in different ways. So if I want a flat plane to extrude, and depending on which way I'm looking at it with the camera, I would press E, and then I'm not pressing anything else, I'm just moving my mouse, and that extrudes. What I've extruded is an edge, which I could have done from having both vertices selected, or if I was in edge mode, if I select this edge and hit E, I can do it that way. I can also do that with faces. If I select this face and press E, it's extruding that way. Or if I was back in vertex mode and I select those vertex, which you can see another issue right now is I've extruded it, but I haven't kept the transformation on it. So now when I select it, if I move it, I'm like, it's got proportion. So if I turn off proportional editing, I'm like, wait, what the fuck is happening? It's because I've accidentally kept the extrude, and so that's made it so that there was another face on top of that, which happens sometimes, and you'll notice sometimes when you're moving stuff around, and I think it's still on there. So I can either Control Z all the way, or I think if I view it in face mode, I could see. Is it still on there? Let's see. I've got a face. And if I get rid of this, that's another thing I can do. I can be like, oh fuck, I fucked it up. So I want to get rid of this whole shape here. Delete everything. And then I'm like, okay, it's empty now. But if I move this guy, I can see, oh, there's still more. So sometimes, which I don't know the best way to do this at times, but you can go into edge mode and try to see if you can grab the edge that's fucking you up, and then select all of them and delete it. And then what I end up doing is then I just fill this face back in, which I can do that now with, if I have something selected and I want to fill it in, it's F to fill it in. That also works with, if I have this empty space again, and let's say I'll make a bigger empty space. So I've got this big empty space, and I want to connect, which I've still got an extra vertex. How funny is that? I've probably still got an extra one here. If I want to connect this one and this one, I can press F to connect them that way. And then if I select the other two, it can be F to fill it in. Or I could have also pressed F on all of these. Or rather, I could have selected all of them and then pressed F. It makes its own edge and fills it in. And then if I have all of this stuff filled in, let's say I want to make a point between these 2 points, I can right click, subdivide to add a new vertex. Same thing here. And if I want to connect these two, it's not F, because then if I have, you can see in edge mode, typically this edge will now be fucked up, which you can't really tell right now, but the way that you connect two things that already have something filled in is with J. Subdividing, so when you subdivide, you can also change some of it. So if I want 2 points in between, 3 points in between, they'll always be equidistant unless you fuck with some of this stuff, I think. But I usually just move it because I'm fucking it. And a lot of what I end up doing myself is I'm like, I don't super know the way to fix this, but I know how I can fix it, and so I'm just gonna fix it. So I'm gonna dissolve this edge again. And then I'm like, and when I've done that, it's taken away the vertexes. If they weren't gone, I can dissolve a vertex also. And that has made the top of this is not flat. It's still filled in. It's not empty. But since I took the vertex away, there's no like anchor point for it. Blender has too many features. It does. The other thing that I was going to add now was, this is just like all movement stuff. What was the next one I was going to say? So, and this is all like gonna sound like a bunch of just fucking garbage at the start. One thing I can do is if I want to make a smaller face inside of this face, I have all my stuff selected and I press I, and then I have the same shape but smaller inside. And then I don't know why it does this, but you can see it's not completely lined up. So like, this is at some sort of weird angle where this guy's a little bit higher than he should be and this guy's lower, which I can fuck around with rotating it or whatever. One thing that I didn't realize early on was if I'm rotating something or resizing it with S, I didn't realize that you can do that at any point on the screen. And depending on how far away you are from the object is how much room you have to resize it. So this shape, if I'm this far away, I've got a lot more room to get it at exactly the size that I want. Whereas if my cursor is here and I start resizing it, I've only got that much space. Which I'd be like, I'd go to resize it and I'd be like, oh fuck, like, and then I'd be like, oh, let me zoom in, try again. But that's not how you have to do that. It just depends on where your actual cursor is. And with this thing, the way that I have it, I could pull it upwards if I wanted to. I can move it around. I could then extrude it upwards. And there's a way to get it to do on these, like right now it's on an axis or whatever. I think you do that with shift or something. I don't fucking know. Another thing you can do is loop tools, which is the add-on. So if I've got this and I want it to be a circle, I right click and I can loop tools and I can make it a circle, but it can't because it's a square. So the way that the faces are a different color is through this viewport up here. So viewport shading, you do matte cap and then you click this and there's different options you have for that. So it's got this cool rainbow effect. Shift and get a finer control with mini tools. Yes. That is helpful too. If I want to delete something, I can select it with object mode and just hit delete on the keyboard. You can also, I think it's right click. One problem but also good thing about Blender is there's a million different ways to do the same thing. And then an annoying thing is sometimes when you watch a tutorial, if they update Blender, the tutorial will then look completely different from all of the shit you have. Which is really annoying. Geometry nodes. Oh, no thank you. What else? You'll also get like, I haven't used many of these things yet, but there's like, you can do bevel, which you can like move this shit. If I want to do a circle thing, let me see if I can figure out the best way to show you that. So let's say if I open up another file that I'm working on. So I hide this thing and I pull out one of the other things that I'm working with just down here because that other model was really high. If I press home, okay, if I press home, it takes me to the thing that's selected and open. What the fuck is that thing? Some round cube I added. So something that's useful is you can duplicate stuff with Shift D, and then you can move that or move it. Sometimes it will automatically make it on a new layer. I think if it's in object mode versus vertex mode. If this wasn't in its own layer, if I'm in edit mode and I select everything with A, and then I press Shift D, you can see it hasn't moved to its own layer yet. Also, your mouse will just go around like panoramic, which is kind of cool. If I'm like, oh shit, I want this to be on its own thing, anything that I want to move to a new layer, like let's say I wanted to move just this torso part to a new layer, I can press P, which separates it by selection, material, loose parts. If I have it on P and I've got it selected, you can see I can move it now and it's been separated. If you're in edit mode, you duplicate the mesh. If you're in object mode, it duplicates the object. That makes sense. So this circle thing right here that I'm using for like an arm is made from using the loop tools thing, because I think originally it was a square, which I'll make it back into a square so you can see, which is another useful thing. If I have however many vertices, and see how they're not lined up on this axis, I can line them up on the axis by pressing S, and then, which is also scaling, but instead of scaling it, if I press the axis that I want them to line up on, which usually I just fucking try each one until I figure out which one it is because I can't remember, except I know Z is to make it flat. So I want these to be lined up if they aren't already. I press X and then either X or Y. I think this one to line it up was X maybe. S and then X. And then I can see from this angle too, if I want them to line up this way, X, SX, no, SY, SX. Oh, that's the problem. SX, SY. No. Did I make an extra guy? S, X, S, Y. How did I fuck this up? If I've got all these guys selected... Okay. The reason was because I forgot the next button. So S, Y, and then 0. S, X, and then 0. It was X. So these are corresponding to the axes. I can never fucking remember which one is which, except Z. But this one, so I've done S, X, and then 0 has lined them up. And I can do that with all of these. I want them to be on the same line, S, X, and then 0. Or I could even do S, X, and then 5. Moves them that. It's like the degree of how many you want them to move or something. So I've got them lined up that way. And then I want these guys to line up this way. So that is SZ0 or SZ0. And then same with these guys. If I want them SZ0, I've lined them up, right? So I'm like, oh, I want this circle. I've got all of it highlighted and I can loop it and it will be a circle. While this is selected too, you can rotate it if it's not lined up the way that you want it to be, and you can also scale it. Whoa! That's how you do that. So that's a bunch of stuff, and it sounds very intimidating, and it kind of is from the start. I fuck around and find out a lot, and that's kind of what I do. There's also a lot of meshes that are available for download, and I've got a Google document, which I can grab for you, of all of the resources and tutorials that I've been using and collecting. I have to log back in my Gmail to get it. Sorry if all of this has sounded so nonsensical and you're like, what the fuck? None of this makes sense. Or if I'm bad at explaining, but there you go. I'll go over like a few more things too that are important. Let me grab this link. I'm trying to get this shortened link that I have instead of the big long stupid Google document one, which someone might have already posted in the chat, but just in case they haven't. Got it now. I like to do low poly stuff, so my stuff is not really like high poly stuff. That's just what I like. What can I explain next? Is important. We've done some of the surfaces and stuff. I guess if you want to... Oh, modifiers are important. Yeah, mirroring an object. So, yeah, don't worry about perfection stuff at the start, because it kind of is annoying to get anything to fucking work at the start. So I've got this object, and normally I think it will start on this thing right here. So let me move my camera. I've died. Oh, I picked the wrong. This one. So, modifiers are really important. And modifiers are this little wrench thing right here. A big modifier that everyone uses that you can see I've got enabled on this one is mirroring. So if I take my object in edit mode and I get rid of half of it on the axis or whatever I want to mirror, I can get rid of that, select everything else, and add a modifier. So you've got a fuck ton of them, but you want to use generate and then mirror, and it will mirror it. Now, if you don't have a certain setting on, you get Pac-Man, but if you turn clipping on, it makes it so that it's stuck together. You can also make it so that, like, let's say if I wanted to have ears on it, or you can see with... Where is it? Is it this one? No. This one. So this, you can see with this, I've got these little round cubes. I've got these little circles, these little pom-pom guys. And those are mirrored, but I've used an anchor point. Because if I didn't, it would just mirror it on the x-axis, but I've mirrored it using the anchor point being this body. So this model. Moving and aligning the 3D cursor to objects. I hate that shit. This is the cursor. I don't fuck with it. So I usually just deal with shit as it happens. And maybe I'll learn sometime. But as of right now, I'm a dumb hoe. So I don't fuck with it. The 3D cursor is important though. So I've got this, and I've got mirror on it now. So let's say, like, I want to shape my thing. So I can turn on O for proportional editing if I want to affect more than just... if I don't have it on, I just move this. Versus if I have it on... and the circle is bigger with the scroll bar, it will affect more things. So I'm like, okay, I want to make sort of like a dude's head or whatever. So I'm looking at it from the front and I'm like, okay, that looks good. What about from the side? Whoa! I do this a lot where I just select everything and I scale it this way too. Which you can still use proportional editing with that if everything's not selected. I was just using S before or G to move stuff around. Right, it's super useful. I'll have to look into like how to use it properly. Because like I said, I just kind of fuck around with stuff. Which I mean, if I can fuck around with stuff and still do okay, maybe there's hope for the youth. The new people. Who are like, I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm like, that's okay, take my hand, I also don't know what I'm doing. But you can see whatever I'm doing is mirroring onto this side because I've got the mirror modifier on. And then if you want to, you're like, okay, cool, I like my shape the way that it is, and I'm not gonna fuck around with it anymore, or if I do, I don't want it to be mirrored, like I want something asymmetrical. You've got this little arrow here, which you can then click and apply it. These things up here are where this is displayed in. So if I turn the mirror off for edit mode, I won't see it. If I turn it off for real time, I won't see it in the viewport. And if I turn it off in render, then when I render it, I won't see it. But you can render stuff, the hotkey for that is F12. So you can see all the stuff that I haven't turned off in the render view, including the shape. And it's not colorful because your render typically exports from this viewport. And I don't have any material assigned to it to tell it to be colorful. Yeah, I've been fixated on it for weeks now. And still haven't learned that 3D cursor. So that's this modifier. So I can apply it this way, which if I'm in edit mode, it's like, oh, it's gray. So you have to be in object mode to apply it. So you do that. Another really helpful one is, let's say I make a shape where I've got, if I turn the mirror back on, and I'm like, I've got cat ears. And even when I shade it smooth, those are really pointy cat's ears on my horrible Pac-Man I've got. You can also do generate subdivision surface. And typically, so you've got how many subdivisions there are for the render and how many there are for the viewport. And so when you do this, you're basically introducing more polygons. So you can see I went from all of this like very like low poly to then it's a bit more and then a bit more. So the other thing about these modifiers is if you have more than one active, they follow a hierarchy depending on where they are in the modifier. So in the list, I can apply this one that will stick. And right now, if I look at my mesh in edit mode, I can see that the subdivision is on, but it's not exactly applied yet. So I can edit some stuff. I can edit it still and kind of preview what it's going to look like. And then when I apply it, you'll see that it will be different. So I go in object mode and I apply my subdivision and then I go back in. You can see it's put a fuck ton more faces and vertex and vertices and edges and everything. And depending on the level of how many you do, because I think I did, what, how many was that? 2. So then if I've only got 1 level and I apply this, then when we go in edit mode, there's not as many. As an example, if you made a head and you want to say a piercing that's only on one side, could you unmirror it? Oh. I think so, yeah. So if I had an object that was mirrored to this object and I turn it off in the viewport, I can see where it is. If I turn off the modifier viewing in that viewport, then it wouldn't be in the viewport, so I could see where it is when it's not. So that's that one. Another really useful good one is that I use a lot is let's put our mirror back on actually. And select everything with A, add my modifier, I can put the mirror back on and clip it. So I've got this, and if I'm like, okay, I've got this little cat thing, or my creature, or whatever I've got, right? Let's make our thing bigger. We can... And I know he's kind of fucky. Make him a little bit more cute, because right now he just looks like an alien. I've got my little guy. He's got a big fat head. Just the fattest of heads. Let's make him less of a fat head. More of an evenly fat head. I got my big fat-headed boy. I'm like, okay, I want hair, or I want... I guess it depends on what you want to do. So one of the useful ways of doing hair, especially in low poly stuff, is if I've got my thing that I want to put something on. This will make sense in a moment. And I'm gonna add I can add my plane, and then I can move it. So I've got my plane, and this is flat. I've got a flat plane. And I'm gonna make some fringe for my cat. I move this, and then I can mirror it or whatever. So I've got my flat plane. If I add a modifier for it that is solidify, it makes it so that it's thicker, and I can change how thick it is with the thickness and in which direction it's going. So if I give it a positive like 0.5, then I've got this like cube thing. This is Snorlax. Kinda is, right? So I've got this thing now, right? And this is not a flat plane anymore, but since the modifier is not applied, it still is. And I can extrude from it with E. And another useful thing that I do is, if you press E and extrude, like, I thought that would be straight, but it's not. So if I press E and extrude, and I don't want to fuck around with trying to get it perfect, before I click and execute this command, I can right click, and the edge that I've made is still there, but I can more precisely move it. Did I do it the right way? Or if I fucked? If I extrude it. It's because the proportional editor was still on, so I had a big huge circle that was fucking with all of it. So, without this proportional editing on, because as you can see, the circle is happening around, so it's moving everything together. If I turn off my proportional editing, I can move that now. If I get rid of it, and I do it again, I extrude it, I right click, and then I can pull just that and change where it is. I can rotate it without having to fuck around with it. So you can see it's got like a thickness to it now, and that can be helpful for like whatever you're doing that might need that. So then when I apply this in object mode, you can see that now when I'm in edit mode, it's actually made it into a solid shape. Press X, Y, or Z to lock the extrusion. Ooh, yeah, that's helpful. I always forget about that. So if I'm on E, and I press X, it will be on the X one. If I press Y, it'll be on the Y one to make it straight. I've got like a pompadour. And then you could see that there was a certain amount of thickness to this. So if I make this like quite thick like that, and I apply it, I've got all of these things. And now I can independently, of course, resize that to make this a different shape. If I wanted it to be pointy. If I want it to be really pointy, I can select all of this stuff and I can press M and merge it at the center. Now it's pointy. I can see that I've got an extra edge here that I didn't move, but there it is. I can also connect all of these and rotate them whatever way I want to, or rotate it. I use this thing because it's more precise and less annoying. But I think also, if I press R and then press X, it will only rotate on the X, which I should get into the habit of doing. And your camera if it locks to it. So I've got this shape. I can do whatever. If I have, if I'm like, oh man, like I really wish I had another, like, I don't know what to call this, like ring around this area, I can press Control R to add, if I want to put like a cross section here, and then I can click and I can still move it. So if I wanted those extra, and I can do it here, I can do it here. That's Control R. Loop cuts, which I think, is that an add-on? The loop cuts one. So then, like, if I had this where I was like, oh, I want this extra thing, because now, with this extra bit put on here, if I press S, I can extrude these. So now I've got an entirely different shape that's not just like a flat square. And if I look at it in my viewport, and I shade it smooth, I can see what that looks like. And if I was like, ooh, I like this, but I want more polygons, then I could still add the subdivision multiplier. But this was Solidify, which is really nice. And very useful. And Solidify can also be used for adding outlines and stuff. But that's another thing entirely. Another thing, which will probably be like the final thing that I go over. So I've got my shape. And normally you don't have this window down here. But if I'm in this and I'm like, oh, like, let's make a new one. I've got my shape, I've got my basic window. Probably this is how it starts. And let me add a light source too, so you can see with a light source. So that's Shift A for a light source. I'll add a point. I'll put it above. Each light source will also have different kind of shit that it can do. So that's a spotlight. If I look at this one and I remove my material that I automatically use, I can see the effect of this light. And of course, depending on where I move it in the space and how close it is, I can change the power of it, make it like a super bright light. I can make it have like a wider space it affects or a very small one. I can change how far the light diffuses and how glossy it is. And that's all in this part down here, which is the editing for the data of the light. I think I could also, so here I can even just switch it to a sunlight, which the sun one, no matter where you move it, the sun ones are really fucking annoying because it's just depending on where it is, it's going to affect that. Whereas if I rotate it, it's just kind of where the sun is in the space. Area ones are really cool. So right now I've got a square area and I can change that square size. Or if I change it to an ellipse, it's going to have a different effect than if it was a square, which you can really see if I crank this shit up and get it really close. So you can see that's if it's an ellipse versus if it's a rectangle. They end up being a little bit different and stuff. So those are those. But if I have this and I'm like, oh, I want this cube to have color on it. There's different ways you can do this, because there is textures and UV mapping and all of that, which it's better to watch a person who knows shit do a tutorial for that. Because I don't know a whole fuck ton about that, and I'm still learning. But the material that I like to use as a default, because I like to do sort of like toon stuff, is if I open this, because I've got it as my default, is this. So basically, if I have a new shape on here, I'll add a new round cube and I'll shade it smooth and I'll look at it gray versus the actual effect that I typically have. The material you assign to it is like the color. So I typically have one that I start off with, which I have this down here so that I can look at the nodes, because the materials are assigned to what they do with nodes, and it's all very confusing to start. There shouldn't be ads that often, Roars, so I don't know what they're doing. So if I want to assign a color to this, I can do new, and then I already have a material that I typically use, so since it exists on this file already, on this new file, which I've saved my preferences once I got them the way that I like them, you can do file defaults, save startup file, and then every time you start up you can have the same setup, the same you can't see it behind me, but the same cameras, the same, like I start with a round cube, I start with my camera that has that animation thing, so where my render moves around. It starts me in this tab, and it starts with my material that I like using instead of the basic material that gets assigned, which you can see down here is the shader editor. The basic one is the principled BSDF, and all of the information that is down here in this material node is also down here, but this is nice to see it here. The matte cap thing, I don't know, maybe. But so this basic material thing that you always start with, the principled BSDF, you can see it here, you can see it here, you can change your base color for it. And you can say like, oh, I want this really bright blue, but that's not very bright. It's because objects do not have their own light from their material unless you change it so that they do. And so if I had a light source on here, I add one. We'll just do a point light and bring it over that. So you can see that that color that I selected is the true color of it, but I just can't see that because it's dark. And add the matte cap to the startup file. Oh yes, that, yeah. Which I'll go back and do. I'll have to add a new one and then save it. So this is the base one, and Principled BSDF has a fuck ton of settings in it. I don't super know what all of them mean. Metallic, of course, is how metallic it is, how it's going to reflect the light. Roughness is similar with lighting. This IOR thing, it says here you can hover over most stuff. IOR is between 1, vacuum and air, and 4. The default volume is good for glass. So if I change this IOR, you can see that it becomes different. I don't fuck with all this stuff. I don't really care about principled BDSF. But material nodes work because they're like a system where, depending on what inputs and outputs you connect, is how they apply. So this one, the principled BDSF, everything is kind of compiled right here to where you've got like, if I wanted this to have its own light, I could do that with emission. So if I want it to have like a blue light to it, I can give it its own blue light with emission. And then your BDSF is connected to your surface, where if I take that away, it's gone. IOR is how much light is refracted through it like glass and gemstones. I see. Okay, yeah. So BSDF on the surface, if I change it to volume, it does something different. If I change it to displacement or thickness, those can all be different. So I'll show you, this is the basic one that Blender typically starts with. I don't use this. If I wanted to get rid of these, I can either unassign it over here with minus, add a new one with plus, whatever. And then those same sort of functions are here. So this is the basic one that I use, that I like the best. Because this one is good for having basically its own shading, but this is only if you want to do solid colors for your thing. But it will still apply it to images that you use as a texture, which is difficult to explain. But if you want to take a screenshot of this, this is the setup for that. And the way that you add things is, as long as none of these are selected, you can click on the background, right-click to add something. I think there's probably another hotkey for it. And then you put things in input. So RGB is in here in input. So I have that for my base color. If I change that, it changes the base color. And then I have, which I got this information from on my Google document. It's the one that says which one is it? New anime cell / toon shader for Blender and beyond. So I'm using like a cell shading thing, but instead of it being a harsh cell shade line, I've got it to where it's diffused a little bit. But the way that that works is I've got a Fresnel node here, where the factor goes into the factor of this color ramp. People who understand how to do this shit, I don't fucking know, and I don't get it, but whatever. That's how it works. And sometimes I just look at what other people are doing, and then I look at what their material node setup looks like, or I look for a tutorial. Because this stuff, there's the amount of options that are available in this menu for things that do different shit. You can also search with find down here. If you zoom out really far and you're like, oh my god, where'd my stuff go down here? I can't see it. You can press home and it will take you to where all of your stuff is. I also have a little hidden guy over here. But you can click on this stuff, delete it, you can copy paste it. I think if I disconnect down here, I can still Control Z as long as I'm down here. And it will undo if I've messed it up. So you can see I've got a purple object and I've got pink shading on it using this color ramp. I change my color ramp to constant. That gives it to where it's got a harsh line, which you can see also if I change the color to like black. And then I've got it different to where my color and my this is the cell shading part, go into a multiply, which this is, I think if you add, let's look, input, output. Trying to find it so that when you go to find it, you'll know where it is too. There's all these like shaders to RGB, color ramp. Which one is it? What's this called? If I click on it, will it tell me? Mixes colors by value. Oh, this might be a color mixer. Add, input, mix color. That's the one. So sometimes when I've been watching people and I'm like, how'd they do that? This yellow part shows you sometimes what part of the menu they're in, and I'd go through each thing and like try to find it because they're not always called the same name too. So I can make it so that it's multiply. I can make it so that it's overlay, which that you can really see. I can change how much the overlay is. If I move this slider down here, that's how much of this shading there is. I can also plus, and I can add another color in there. If I'm like, ooh, I want bisexual lighting, I can do like a red here or pink or whatever. And then depending on how far those are, you can see what they're affecting. And if I have different I grab a bunch of this and move it around, I make like just some surfaces so you can see what they look like when it's different. It's affected differently. So if I got this weird shape, you can see how that shading works on it. And it's not like perfect, because this is a weird fucking shape. Assume you can save materials to quickly apply them in other projects. If you press Shift A, you can just begin to type a search. Yeah. I think... So I've had trouble searching for stuff because then it's done where it's like, if I haven't used it before, it like doesn't show up in the setting. It doesn't show up in the search. Node Wrangler. Oh, is that in the add-ons file? No. Yes. Preferences. Add-ons. Do I have Node Wrangler? I do. I know what that does. I don't know if I do. And you can see also my purple color is affected by this because this is being overlaid onto it from this. Whereas if I had it screen, if I had it multiply, whatever, it changes. And then I like it linear because it still shades it for me, but in a softer way rather than a more harsh way. I don't know how saving materials works. What I usually do is, since I start the file, since I start every Blender project with my like default guy, also you can see since I changed this one itself, which is named good, anything I do to this one is going to apply anything else that has that done. Which is annoying, but that's also good. So if I have this, and I'm like, man, I want the same exact effect, but I want it to be a different color, I can control, or I can click and drag, highlight everything. I can control copy with control C or right click or whatever. I can add a new material, and I can click down here after I click new. I can get rid of these by highlighting them and pressing delete on them, and then I can control paste. And then I have the same exact effect, but it will be a different color. And the reason it's not affecting it is because this shape is acting in a hierarchy as well, to where the first thing it's going to do is this versus this. So if I want, I can get rid of that. I can rename this, whatever. That way, if I'm like, oh, I need to use pink more than once, then I just assign the pink to the things that need to be pink by going in here. So if I wanted it to be this again, it's there. This still exists now. This exists because I fucked around with that. So those are all in there. And then, so let's say, like, the reason that you might have more than one thing in here is you can do something like adding an outline, which I might remember how to do, but sometimes I still have to watch the tutorial. So I can do that by adding solidify. And then if I go in here and I flip the normals, and then I change the material offset. So this is telling this effect which material to use. So if I change it to the pink, that's telling it to use the pink one, which I'd never seen anyone say actually what that does. And that was difficult to figure out. And then, so this is a way to do an outline. I've had more difficulty with this recently, getting it to work. So I can't exactly remember what I've done wrong with it, but I think it's something like flipping the normals, adding the outlines. Sometimes you just have to fuck around with stuff until it does what you want it to. But that's how you would get it to have like a different material on it. And then I can show you some more advanced stuff if I open my completed model I've done. So this is a completed rigged model for like VTubing and stuff. So if you look at it, it's got all of its applied textures and stuff. You press the small icon next to the shield, you duplicate it. Oh my god, that's so smart. There's like so many things that don't feel super intuitive, and also things that people don't like explain that are just somehow weirdly common knowledge, and then you end up accidentally having a stupid ass workaround for it. So this is, you can see the mesh here, what it looks like and everything. And it also has an armature. My armature selected, I can go into pose mode, and you can see how the armature is going to control stuff. The armature is something a little bit more advanced, but there are auto riggers or like auto rigging stuff, which is really helpful, which is like that cat program. You can see there's another little sneaky little menu here with N for quick access stuff, which is where this cat's like rigging armature thing is, and this other one that I've got. So these will like create models for you too, and then help you rig. So this is an example of, and what I wish I would have done differently, but I don't want to fuck with now, but I will be doing in future, is I've got this model is one entire layer, which you can't see, but it's just one shape. So everything for the model is on this one layer, which is fine and works fine. And I had everything separate, and then I put everything together because of all of the stuff I was fucking around with. It just made it easier. I have Unity installed, and I have been I put the Kirsty model into that because that's how I added some extra shit. But I've got everything on this layer, and because of that, you can see obviously everything's colored in differently. So I've got multiple textures. So you can also assign materials to different parts of the model. So if I wanted just the hands to be a different color, I could go into my material list over here, select it, and assign it. And then now that hand is whatever faces or things I've selected are a different material depending on what I want them to be from my list. Which you can see, like this material, if I look at this little circle, looks kind of strange, or like this one, it's like a little marble, because those materials are mapped with textures, which, like I said, watch somebody else for that, because I don't fucking super know what I'm doing with that. But I can show you what that looks like, because as you can see, I still have that shading effect that I like, where I could make it, what's it called? Cell shaded if I wanted to, or like a Wind Waker effect, you can see. Or like this, like I have it. And then you can see over here, this is another fucking viewport thing. So this is the image editor. There's also the UV and the texture editing and all of that. But if I show you the image that I have for the hoodie, this is how it was mapped with the UV texture and everything. Let someone else teach you that. Because it's a miracle I got it to work this way for myself, because there was a lot of fucking around finding out. But this is an image, which is a texture, which is a material. And since I have it so that I want shading on it too, I've got my input right here is an image. So if I have an add input and I have is it texture? Image texture, I think it is. Yeah. So I've got an image texture. Perfect UVs, no notes. Do not look at them. They are scary. Oh yeah, isn't that like a very like meta thing with people that use Blender? Is like rating people's UVs. So The way that mine are nice is because anything that I had selected and then I put in my UV map, I just colored in that way. I just selected the surfaces. Yippee. But so I've got an image texture. I've got the hoodie one. And then I've got all of these whatever fucking settings. And then instead of my original way of doing it, where it's like, oh, I want it to be orange. So my color connects to my multiply here and it's orange. My image is the input on this one. And so that's why there's an image for that one. UVing is super simple once you get your head around it. For chat, it's basically unfolding a 3D object until it's completely cut flat. Do it by cutting it open and using different functions to unfold it. Yes. The thing that I'm confused about with it is when I was texture painting and UV editing, I would select what I wanted to have UV, and of course you can see over here where it is on here. And some of my stuff is a different texture. So this hair is on this UV texture map. You can see there's like some of the yellow bits there and stuff. The problem that I had was I would color it in and it would be on here, and then I would save the image, and then I would go to this page, and as you can see, it's a completely fucking different image. And then that shit pissed me off, because then there was like something else I had to do, where then I was like editing different textures and it was like not pulling up the right ones. I think I just need to watch a video on it to get it to work. They make a big texture with a bunch of colors and then they move the UV coordinates to manually assign. Yes. So I think that's like one of the default ones, which is that like UV editor color map. So people might have like this thing or something, or this, and then you can also just like move your textures and your UVs to make them a certain size. So if you look at the UV I have for the feetsies, the feets, if I select all of these faces, you can see that on my UV texture map, I've got the feet really small in the corner because they've got toe beans on them. And so I just made those small and off to the side because you can also change the size of this UV stuff and move it around. So if I was like, oh, I actually want this part to be this color, then you just move it. And you can also, since both of those knees have color, I think you can like duplicate stuff. The only problem is like when you're doing this stuff, you can't use layers. Unless I think there's like an add-on or something that you can. The add-on UCU Paint allows you to paint with layers. You read my mind, face melting. Okay, now I know what it is. UC Paint. Cuckoo Paint. I'm gonna save this in my window right now and then download it in a minute. But yeah, that's how all of that works. I think one last thing that I can go over to help you, because it's a question that I had, is if I have a shape, let's get a new shape, a better shape. And this, a lot of this stuff too is in that big donut guide, which is really worth doing. So I've got this circle, sphere, and let's say I have a, let's make another thing. So I'll add another round cube. Doesn't have to be as fancy. Shade it smooth. If I go on here and I select it and I get rid of, let's just get rid of this stuff here. So if I get rid of the back of it, and then let's just fill all of this in, and then we can also make this be a straight line with our shortcut. So we've got this thing, and this can be useful for like faces and stuff. Do I still have a material? Ugh. Just make them have color on them. Now I can duplicate because someone taught me how. This is revolutionary. So if I got these things, right, and I'm like, oh, like, I have this object and I want it to be on here, but I don't want to fuck around with, like, making everything match up. It's going to be another sort of modifier thing. Let's say I want, like, a little clown nose on here. Jesus Christ, they're slamming their doors. So there's a thing called a lattice, and there's a guy on YouTube that's got a good tutorial on it. But a lattice, you can change the settings for the lattice, and you're like, of a 1 meter one, and we want to get, let's say we do 10, we only need like 1 for this, we do 10 for this. So this is like a thing where we can attach our clown nose to it. Let's make it bigger, because we want it to cover our sphere. Because we want to put this clown nose on here, but I don't want to click and drag every single vertex to make it do that. So I move my lattice close to my shape, and then I am going to click on this guy, and then click on this guy, and I'm going to Control P to parent them. I don't know what all this shit means, so sometimes I just fuck around with it. But now this has told our file that if I move just the lattice, then this shape has to move with it. But since the lattice is the parent, since I selected it second, I can move this, and then the parent is what decides where it's moving to. So now what I do is I want it to be on the surface. So we're going to use something called shrink wrap, which is what they use in the donut thing. Because if I want something, which I might not even need a lattice for this, but this is very helpful. Like if I have multiple of these guys, which now that I've duplicated them, they retain the information that they are parented to this lattice. So if I've got like multiple guys, like if I had a face, this is how I did the face of my model. Not a booby. I can use the lattice as like the anchor point for all of these guys. And then I'm going to, I need this for something, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So we're going to do shrink wrap. So shrink wrap makes it onto this. So it's slurped it onto that surface. Now how can I make this lattice bigger? We'll figure it out. Yeah, shrink wrap on a lattice, because I watched one guy do it. So then I think I add to these guys, they need the lattice modifier. So I do deform lattice, and then I tell them, which I can either select the lattice on here, but if it's hard to get to, I can also eyedrop it from my collections. And so I'm going to add the modifier for all of those. The lattice, add it for this guy with the lattice, and then vertex groups is another way to like organize it. I can change the strength of it, and you can see it's not perfect. I can move these still, but you can see if you look at it, it's still got like this shape has been edited so that it lines up better than what it was originally. And this will also tell it how much it should be deforming. What am I drawing and making? This is not anything, creature. I'm just mostly explaining how all of this works. But I've made a VTuber, like a little low poly one. And I mostly do... I'm still learning, but I'm making low poly stuff a lot. If I want this to be bigger, let me see if I scale it. I'm wondering... Because this is a problem I have with lattices, is these have gone on here, but of course these shapes are a bit more distorted because of everything. And I can attach them better and still. But they're not exactly like the way that I want them. And when I was doing the face, so if I show you the face on this, the way that this face was done was using a lattice. And I wish I'd done it differently, because it was annoying. But I used flat cylinders for the eyes. And then when I had the lattice on there, I didn't have to like rotate and move this and do everything to get it to stick. Though I do have a flat surface here because working with a non-flat surface was annoying. We've got to remember also that things are going to deform to the surface depending on how they're able to touch it. So like this does not have any faces or vertex here. So because of that, this disc is going to act like a flat disc and it's not going to deform properly if it's not a flat surface for it to lattice to. But there is someone who explains how the lattices and the shrink wrap work. And that guy is not me. But yeah, that's all of the stuff that I know that's probably good for like a basic introduction that hopefully was not too nonsensical and all over the place. But also things that I wish that I knew when I started, because I've done a lot of Googling, a lot of watching people's streams and YouTube videos, and either like putting the video into like 0.25 speed so that I can slowly watch what they're doing, or looking at when they have like what input they're using and stuff. Or like looking up a tutorial, having that one still open to figure out how they did something in that, or like looking at what someone else is using. So thank you so much. Did that help a little bit? Does it feel less intimidating to go into? There's a lot of stuff, and depending on what you want to do with it, there's like different tutorials for it, because once you get to like more advanced stuff, so like I've got the skeleton rigged in here, and then since this is for VTubing stuff, the face also has to change, so you do that in Blender too with shape keys, and then you can affect different parts of it with the shape keys, but they don't affect the original one. So you're learning too, so you know what you struggled with. That's true. Yeah. Rigging is very glorpo starting out. Oh, I did a simple rig for this, which I can show you. Which this is another thing that I did not know. I would be editing this and I'd be like, I want to see where the skeleton is, but not in this. So down here in these settings, I think you can still see the skeleton with ear. I didn't know that. So this skeleton is very simple in comparison to others. I have foot, leggy, upper leggy, hip, spine, or neck, shoulder, upper arm, lower arm, hand. And I think it could use a little bit more. Like I think I should have like a wrist bone or something. And then another big tip when you get into rigging, which was like an offhand comment in one of the videos I was watching, is when you do it and you have your T-pose, you would think, okay, the arms go straight so that T-posing They have to go straight. If you put your skeleton, like if this arm was completely straight, when you put it into Unity, it doesn't know which direction it's going to need to bend. And so then when you go to put it in there, your model might have like a fucky way of moving, because if it knows where the elbow is supposed to be, but it doesn't know which direction the elbow is supposed to go, it gets confused. Which is why in the elbow, my elbow would be going this direction to bend. And same thing with this knee. The knee, I want the leg to go this way, so it's slightly not straight. And I've done that with the tail, but I think it's like super, super slight, so you can't see. And I did the same thing for like the ears and little piece of hair. And you can kind of like rig any part of it. Like I could do all the pieces of hair, whatever I wanted to be able to move, because then in Unity, you assign different things to it with different add-ons to make those work differently, which I can also go over, so that you can at least see what the start of that is. So this rig I started with by adding Control A to add something, and then for armature, when I did this one the first time, I just did a single bone, and so it gives you a single bone. And I think I started that one with being like the like beginner spine. And then it's the same thing with like normal stuff you do, where you then can extrude it with E and move it and all of that. Sarah, thanks for the 57 months. Yeah, the jiggle bones are the ears and the hair in this one. Hello, Sarah. Happy belated birthday. I could make it for TTT. However, it's a small model, so everyone will freak out. And I think for TTT, I have to figure out what file process is different to get it to go into TTT, basically. But you can also, and I don't know if it's an add-on that I have, but the armature with Shift A, you can also have human, animals, or basic, so you have basic human. So if I add those guys, you get nipples, which you can delete if you don't want them. Versus if I have the complex human. So basic human, you've got hand but no fingers. Whereas this one, you've got like a bunch of face muscles. You've got the fingers. This one's got like the heel and then the toes are one thing. That one's still similar down there. All of that. Another super, super important thing is before you port something over to Unity, especially for the skeleton. So if I had edited this skeleton to where I made these legs smaller, and then I go to port it over, sometimes it can be fucked up, or even when you're editing, it can be fucked up. So when you have things selected in edit mode, you can press Control A. Or is it object mode? Control. Is it this guy, or is it just if I have like these two? Control A. I'm S-ing. Which one is it? Control A. Oh, I did it originally. So Control A is for applying stuff. So like, if you rotate something, it changes the rotation of it so that in part of Blender, like this thing, you can see that down here it's rotated. But then sometimes if you fuck around with it, this rotation doesn't stay because it's like true rotation. which if I want it to be the true rotation, if I do Control A and set the rotation, it's made it so now this rotation is at 0. So this is its like default rotation sort of thing. And that works also with location and also with scale. So if I made this bigger, the scale is different here, and I can Control A to apply it. The scale, and now the scale, this is just what its 1-to-1 is. And then one more important thing is one of the most frustrating things that happened to me that I could not figure out what the fuck was going on. I think Dowie helped me with it. Is if I do this and I do that. So I ported this model into Unity. And when I was doing that, this part of the hair was clear and like didn't exist. And I was like, what the fuck? So I like resized it, I moved it around, I completely deleted it and redid it, and it was still doing it. And it's because somehow stuff can get backwards. Hello, Barca. So stuff will end up backwards, and the way that you fix that is you can see if something is backwards by going into your settings and looking at face orientation, I think it is. Yes. Everything nice and blue. What the fucky? This thing inside out for some reason. So when that happens, you can either like set everything to be normal, or I have both of these selected. I can go to mesh to the normals and I can flip them, and now they're not inside out anymore. So if you ever have anything where like this thing's fucking around and pissing me off, the normals might be flipped. There's also weights. You can weight paint stuff for like when you rig something, like depending on how heavy something is. This just has, I'm pretty sure, an equal weight on everything because I didn't give a fuck. Because I was like, I don't even know what I'm doing. You expect me to do stuff? So everything just has an equal weight. Whereas, some things, and I think it was because I used the way that I did the model. There's like sometimes where if you're in pose mode, if I am posing my model, pose mode. If I'm in pose mode and I'm going like this, if my weights are set incorrectly, this hair might be affected by this arm moving because it's close. Same with like some other things. I think that might be part of the reason why sometimes the hand goes 2D. But that's a problem for future boba maybe. But it might have just been because I destroyed it just a moment ago. So much easier to find than in Maya. Well, when I didn't know what it wasn't easy to find. So if you have like your VTube thing, you've set up the skeleton, you've set up your blend shapes and all of that for the face, you are going to file and export it, and you export it as like an FBX or something. There's guides in the tutorial document that I have that talk about all of that. If you then take it into Unity, which I can show you. In Unity, you want to do a new project, and you do not use this one, typically. You will use your built-in 3D render pipeline, whatever. Sometimes you can change the settings around, anything like that. It will load for a while, and then a big thing to use for VTubing that I've seen in the tutorials that I've used is the relevant shaders that you use. And the ones that I've been using are called VRM. And then they use VRM MTune. But that also puts like VTubing stuff in to like set spring bones and all of that. Rigging is some of the most complicated stuff you can do in 3D, so you are doing well. I've been working with 3D for years and I could barely rig a model to save my life. Well, There's also a website, Mixamo, Mixamo, and they have a program where you just put your model in T-pose. You just upload it to the website and select your joints. That helps. And then what's it called? There's those add-ons for Blender too, which are like cat something, and it's a few that work okay. But you have your thing here, and then you'll click and drag your model in. And if I just open my last one instead of having this new project. This one maybe? I can show you in Unity the kind of stuff that does. And this is like, of course, the amount of time that you spend to get to this part is a lot of time. So originally you'll have your like a little original model. It's in Unity. It's in here. Yippee! And then, yes, the Suzanne. I hate when you go over to Unity because the camera controls are different, and I always am like, what the fuck's going on? Unity, you have all of your fucking stuff, but the VRM thing adds to where you can like export and import stuff and freeze your T-pose. But like in my little model guy, we've got our humanoid rig that we configure. And you can see, even though my skeleton is mega simple, it's still able to mostly be assigned, which you don't really need to see what's behind me, but I've just got neck and head. And then this is also, the VRM thing is the way that you add spring bones, so you can see the ears and the hair are not hooked up in this basic part. Because those are hooked up using VRM. And those are their own thing where it is... Let me find it. I like, also, I don't know why the preview is showing that she's laying face down on the floor down here, but it makes me laugh. So the way that the ears are rigged are they have their own skeleton. And then what you do is you have your first original model that you've rigged. And I don't know why you do this next part, but after you've assigned all of your materials, all of that, whatever, you then use your VRM here, which the way that you get this is when you download the VRM shader, you save that little Unity file somewhere, and then you just click and drag it into here, and this is where it exists, and then it also adds this menu. So you'll export it, and then you import it to get this new one, which is over here. And then for spring bones, which I've got a tutorial for that I've saved from someone else, you go to secondary, and before all of this stuff is added, there's a spring bone add-on from VRM. And then you would lock this, go into your armature, and I've got the tail is hooked up to spring bones, and also the ears, which are here, and the hair, which is named hair lick because it's like a cow lick. And so the first one I did, I wanted the ears to have more gravity than the hair. So I did the ears, I did the hair first. So I added them as a spring bone, and then you select them over here, like you would do this, and then you just click and drag them over to this area. Just go, use the rewind button. So these are here now. The hair is these 3 bones. And then these things right here, how stiff, how much gravity, how much drag. So if you want to preview that, you go to play. And you go to scene. And then you select your model, you move it around, and you're like, okay, that's got the right amount or not. You have to press stop before you edit them again. And then if you want to add more, but with different gravity, like I've got the ears are different, you have to copy this component. You add a component, and then when you do that, you just if I copy this component here, I can then paste it here, and you have, as you paste component values, because if you have a new one, then everything freezes, I think, because they're like fighting or something like that. So I've got it so that the ears and the tail have a different gravity than the hair. So you can see the tail has gravity and the ears go droopy, but the hair does not. So I've only done basic 2D game making in Unity, so here to watch and awe. If you go back, and this will be on YouTube too, the VOD, I did like a fuck ton of Crash Course. If you had earrings, yeah. So there's gravity, and I liked it because I liked the ears being a little bit droopy. I liked the tail being a little bit droopy. If I had the hair rigged, the rest of it, I could choose what it was doing and all of that. And then this is also where you do all of your fucking face stuff. Which in the tutorial that I watched, it's difficult to see because they have their VTuber in the way. But to change the face rigging, you select your little guy down here, scroll down a little bit until you find this blend shape avatar, and you click this, and then this is where you set the blend shapes, which you can see how big the model is because you have to scroll out, because my Kirsty is too big to see in the preview. So this is where I've assigned, like, can't see it, well you kind of can. Mouth open is set to 100% for that one. And then you've got like blinking and all of this. So then also while you're doing Blender and you're setting up all your faces originally, you can like screenshot this and see what things you need. So you've got like a blink left and right. But I've done it to where, like, you can see I've got the eyebrows are... I've got a left and a right for them. Because some of them I was like, oh, maybe I only want one angry eyebrow, or maybe I want two. So... my camera was not in the way of what I just said. It was fine. Done so well, learning quick. Thank you. I still have a lot of things where I'm like, I don't know how that works. And I've got to do something proper to where I actually do the texturing on it. But the fact that I made a model, and I've been learning now for, let's say, if I look at the calendar, might be this is like a month of learning. But this I made last week. I finished it last week, I think it was. So from the 22nd to like the 3rd, basically, is when I was learning. So, never got into VR, but it's a good skill to have. Well, this is just like the way that game making stuff works too. Like, I don't know how transferable the blend shapes are for the, like, for game making, but I think you also use blend shapes for, like, games, maybe? And then the skeleton rigging, of course, is for, games, but don't know Blender at all. It's hard to get into, but once you do it, you're like, why am I doing this? And then it's 2 a.m. and you're like, this was working a second ago and now it's not working anymore. And if I just spend another hour, I know I can... Sexuality acts using this avatar. I guess this is when you export it, it's telling people you don't want them to use it for sex. Or for commercial use. Because this is in the log. But yeah. There's also, there's another way where... So the blend shapes are like the way that you do the face. And there's another one that I want to learn how to do. I think I can just show you from someone's YouTube video. Let me find one. I think it is, oh, low poly blender. So this thing I have to figure out, but for VTubing because people use these, I think, for animating. And in Blender, but I don't know how it ports over to Unity. So you can see this person's got their face. This is Lecruzo on YouTube, and one of these is also listed on the document, so I need to add this one too. I have my document open, so I'll just do that now. Where's the other Lecruzo one? Animating faces. Lecruzo. No, all caps. So the blend shapes on the Kirsty that I made are the face on that model is a 3D face. And it's like a silly way of doing it, sort of. Because there's different ways of doing it. And I did it in a silly, wacky way because it was a way that I saw someone else do it and I liked the way that they did it. But there's also, this is a blend shape thing. So they've got their texture for the face, and then what they do is they've got their texture mapping and the UV grid, and they explain that stuff, which I need to go through and do it. But then what they do is they've got their file and they took it over into Clip Studio Paint. And then what they did was they put their face, and then they made more faces. And then there's a really complicated thing, because the way you can see with their model, their shading is implied from the texturing, which is the way that a lot of old models work, like PlayStation models and stuff too. So the way that this works is they've got faces, and I did this at some point, and I had it to where it was cycling, but it wasn't doing... I didn't know how to do it in Unity, so I stopped fucking around with it. So these are all the faces that they use, and then what you do is in the material nodes thing that I was showing you before, they go through and tell you everything to add. But basically what happens is there are these location indicators where, if I make this better quality, maybe, you can see, and they'll maybe I just let them explain it. So
you'll see that we can now switch between these faces using these values. Ideally though, we just
so it's
want
like
one
a slot
value
machine
to be able to control all these, and we can do that using some math nodes.
Math. So these, he has taken the face, and since his is perfectly divided into 4,
Position of 0, 0, the next one down will be negative 0.25.
so since their x coordinate and their z coordinate are all the same, the y coordinate is changing by a quarter of every time. So for the first face, it's the default 0. For the next face, it's going to be negative 0.25, and then. The math nodes is not as bad as it sounds, because you just have to watch what this guy does, and then you can go from there.
Value node, which will be...
But the thing is this map can get really fucking wild depending on what you're doing. So like,
I set that up now.
they have to where, depending on what the value is which expression is happening. And then the expressions are assigned to their mix thing. And then... so
this value by moving our bone, and we can do that by using drivers. Right click on the value and select add
it's
driver.
complicated.
Now if you've never used drivers before, this might look a little intimidating. Sure,
But basically what they do is it's like,
the X and Y values.
depending on the information given to the model and using all of the math and stuff, then it will tell the model which expression or which face using the blend shapes. So
and the mouth separately, you can do so quite easily.
and it uses vertex groups and all of that, but that's all of that stuff, which is more complicated than what you kind of need starting out, and it depends on what you want to do. because of course you can just make nice little creatures that don't need to move or don't need to change their face or anything. Make animations. That new film, the cat one, was made entirely in Blender because you can make animations and stuff in there. So there's a lot. Oh yeah. It's been 4.5 hours. That's a long time. Blech! Okay. I'm getting hungry also. Is that available to watch yet? I think so. Think so. But if you want to learn, go back and I explain. I do an okay job. I've also got that Google document if you need it. I've posted it on Blue Sky. I'll make a command for it at some time. You can join the Discord, and in Creative, there's a thread for Blender. And then, as I learn stuff, I'm putting information in there too, because I'm like, okay, this would be nice to know. Because there's things like, to get it to look like certain render stuff, like the way that this image looks to where it's pixelated like that is depending on how you export it. So that's another thing too. Which I haven't gotten into yet, but eventually. Interesting, I'd love to learn how to do these things, but it always seemed like a mega learning mountain. It's not too bad. I think the big thing is changing any keybinds that you want to change. And then just knowing the hotkeys for things, or things that you can do in multiple different ways, and then just playing around in it. But I think if you go back and watch, like, because I started recently, and so I feel like my questions that I had and the things that I struggled with, I don't think that they're often gone over, like, right away, maybe. There's that Blender Donut tutorial too, which is great to start with. But I've gone halfway through that tutorial, I think it was, and then I was like, okay, this donut's cool and all, but I want to make something new, so I stopped. But it can also be good if you have a project where you can use the models, and so you have a reason you keep making stuff like a game. Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Yeah, if anybody wants to learn, go back and watch. If you have any questions, post them in the Discord. There's a few people that are also doing it, and it's a good time. And really helpful for me. I'm definitely going to get back into Blender and push through to just make something. If you're not in the Discord already, you don't have to talk. You don't even have to say hello. You can just join and then check out that Blender thread. And then if you have any questions, I'm sure other people would like to help. And there are Discords for, like, the Donut Guy. He has his own Discord where people can talk and answer questions, but that might be a huge Discord as well. But yeah. And then also just share the stuff that you're making, because it's cool to see. And then if you have any questions, you're like, I literally cannot figure that out. Where do I get that shirt from? I think it's still on the Yogscast store. I think. And then I cut it to be a crop top, because it's a medium, because it was the display shirt and I asked if I could have it. But yeah, let me see who's streaming. And then maybe tomorrow, because I stream tomorrow too, I think, unless I end up having plans. Maybe I'll keep building stuff in Blender. It would be nice to, like, watch videos and stuff like I do off stream. But I don't think I can focus. So it might just be like a ADHD along, where we sit here and we both are doing whatever. Demos might be fun. Alright, I'm gonna raid Emmy. Emmy is she, they. And she's playing Mario Kart World. Emmy really loves Nintendo and is really fun and really nice. Also, I think some of the best emotes on Twitch and on Discord, because they have like little Harvest Moon cows, especially on their Discord. I use their Discord emotes all the time. Very nice though. Very nice. No problem. I get it for free technically through my college, but that will expire in a year, so I want to swap to something that isn't 3,000. Blender is like, I think the only thing is the learning curve of, especially if you're already familiar with another program, is learning the hotkeys and learning how do I do the thing that I already know how to do sort of situation. But it's nice. Thanks everybody. I'll see you tomorrow, probably most likely. Probably most likely. Probably most likely. Thanks for hanging out though, and I hope you enjoyed. Just freaking played up music. Why does it put me into some sort of weird stupor or something? It's hurting me. You'll figure it out, Zalish. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. I don't think I can do the raid. Did it go? Did it pause? I don't know. Did it work? Bye. It did. Bye. Goodbye. How's Cinderella say it? She's got like a transatlantic accent. Goodbye. Dowie, you're stuck here with me. Dowie. I put in my command that said /raid and then it put exception and then it put -Dowie. And I